Douluo. Starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 ZOYAN and -039 S speculation. The two of them came to the next room. Yan Meng waved his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the entire room, isolating the inside and outside. He took out a scroll and said, "Senior sister gave this to you, Zao." Yan took the scroll and glanced at the name of the scroll. The 4 characters 3000 thunder movements came into view. Yan Jin let out a soft cry. "What's wrong, teacher?" Zhao Yan asked in his heart. "Nothing. This fighting skill is a bit interesting, but there may be some problems." Yao Chen responded. "What's the problem?" Before Yao Chen could answer, Yan Meng had already said, "The origin of this Shen for fighting skill is a little shady, so you should be careful when using it, and don't let others know about it. In addition, this is something my teacher gave you." He gave another jade box to Zhao Yan. "What did Yan Shen give you?" Zhao Yan was particularly confused. He wasn't surprised that Yan asked someone to bring him something, but Yan Shan, that was a bit strange. Zhao Yan opened the box and saw a golden elixir lying quietly inside, faintly exuding bursts of dragon roar. His face changed slightly, and his eyes looking at Yan Meng were full of doubts. With his knowledge, he could naturally tell that this was a very high-grade elixir, far beyond what he had seen before. At least to the high level of 6th grade, or even 7th grade. This is a 7th grade elixir called Yin Yang Zuan Long Dan. Its effect is to make people stand up right after breaking. If anyone takes this elixir and is seriously injured, or his life is hanging by a thread, if he is lucky, it can help. It makes people reborn, and their body, fighting spirit, and even soul reach a higher level. Listening to Yan Meng's explanation, the look of confusion on Zhao Yan's face became more intense. Won't he keep such a good thing for himself? Or give it to Yan? 7th grade elixirs are very precious even to Yan Shen, right? Yan Meng smiled and said, "I can't guess what the teacher is thinking. This is a gift given by a certain force when the teacher broke through the Daozang." Daozang? Zhao Yan's pupils shrank. Although according to the previous state of Yan Shen, a breakthrough was possible at any time, and Zhao Yan had already made preparations to face a Daozang in the future, but when he actually received the news, he still felt unspeakably heavy. "The teacher asked me to remind you, never go back before you are sure to defeat him. Don't care whether it's 3 years or not. Okay, I have brought everything I want to bring, and my mission is completed. It's time to leave," Yan Meng said, opened the door and walked out. "Wait, what does this mean?" Zhao Yan asked quickly. "I am only responsible for completing the things assigned to me, and you understand the rest." Yan Meng did not give an answer. "Then say thank you to your senior sister and teacher for me." Zhao Yan did not ask any more questions, and said loudly. After Yan Meng left, he fell into silence, concentrating on Yan Shen's intentions. Yao Chen's illusory soul body slowly emerged. With a solemn look on his face, he said in a slightly heavy voice, "This elixir was probably refined by me." "What? Teacher, did you refine it?" Zhao Yan was a little surprised. "Could it be that the force that gave Yan Shen the gift has something to do with you, teacher?" Yao Chen smiled coldly. "I told you before that the one who plotted against me was that bastard Han Feng, and the one who instigated him to attack me was a force called Soul Palace." "Soul Palace?" Zhao Yan repeated the word softly. Yao Chen continued, "After my death, most of my things fell into the hands of Han Feng. This Yin Yang Black Dragon Pearl is probably one of them, and Han Feng has died in the hands of that mysterious man, and even his soul was traded to us. So the one who gave this elixir to Yan Shen was either the Soul Palace or the mysterious man who killed Han Feng." Zhao Yan analyzed. Yao Chen took over the words. "Needless to say, the Soul Palace is definitely not a kind person. The mysterious man who killed Han Feng, judging from his behavior of erasing the intelligence of the monster and using it as a puppet, I'm afraid he was also a ruthless person. Could it be that one of the forces in Yan Shen is reminding you?" Zhao Yan took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. He returned to the room where Xiaoli was recovering from his injuries and asked, "Eldest brother, second brother, why did Yan Meng come here with you?" That day, he came to us and said that sect leader Yan wanted to send something to you and hired us to escort him. I'm ashamed to say that he might have been protecting us along the way. Xiaoding showed a forced smile. Xiao Yan thoughtfully said, "So Yan Meng's mission is actually not only to deliver things to me, but also to remind me. Is it also one of his purposes to bring the eldest brother and the second brother here, to stay away from the Gamma Empire?" Regarding the destruction of the Xiao family, the Jiali family and the Oba family were only superficially involved, but was there someone else who was really behind it? Does Yanshin know something, but don't dare, or don't want to intervene openly? What is so special about the Xiao family that deserves to be treated like this? He couldn't help but focus on Xiao Meng and Zuna. This is the only special place he can think of about the Xiao family. The identities of Xiao Meng and Zuna are not simple. Xiao Meng was picked up by him when he was living on the street, but Zuna's coming to the Xiao family is a bit intriguing. He did not ask immediately, intending to wait until he returned to the inner courtyard and get along with them in private before asking them his questions. "Brother, second brother, do you have any plans next? I don't recommend that you go back to the Jama Empire. There is an undercurrent surging there right now," Xiao Yan said seriously. Xiaoli and Xiaoding looked at each other, and the latter said, "We are the same. When we were on the road, Yan Meng revealed this intentionally or unintentionally. We are planning to develop in the Black Angle domain, and then return to Canada after we are strong enough. The Ma Empire investigates the truth behind the annihilation of the Xiao family." Xiao Yan said in a serious tone, "The Black Corner territory is very dangerous. We know, but danger can sharpen oneself and help improve one's strength." Xiaoding responded. Seeing their determined expressions, Xiao Yan stopped trying to persuade them and instead took out some of the elixirs on his body that they might use. Most of them heal injuries and restore fighting spirit, and there are also a few purple heart barrier breaking pills and 3 patterns green spirit pills that can directly increase strength. Xiaoding and Xiaoli did not refuse, but their sense of responsibility was a little heavier. After leaving some training supplies for Xiaoning, Xiaoyu, and Xiaomei, Xiao Yan, Xiao Meng, and Zuna returned to the inner courtyard. In the dead of night, Wu Heo was still fighting with people in the arena, while Hu Jia was practicing in seclusion in Xianfen Key refining tower. Only Xiao Yan and 3 others were left in the huge attic. At this time, he finally couldn't help but asked his doubts. "Xiaomeng, Zuna, I know your origins are not simple. Do you know what's special about the Xiao family?" Xiao Yan set his sights on Zuna. Xiao Meng's coming to the Xiao family might be an accident, but Zuna was not. If the Xiao family was really special, he didn't believe that Zuna wouldn't know about it. Zuna looked solemn and asked in a solemn tone, "Brother Xiao Yan, the Xiao family does have something special, but are you really mentally prepared to face this truth? That is a history that spans thousands of years and is the rise and fall of an ancient force. You will find that what stands in front of you is an opponent that is almost impossible to defeat." Compared to Zuna's seriousness, Xiao Meng said with a smile, "This is not harmful knowledge. It will only depress people who are not determined at most, but I believe that Master Xiao Yan, my people also told me some things, although they may not be as clear as you know, Miss Zuna. If you don't say it, I will say it." Zuna glanced at Xiao Meng and said softly, "Then you tell me, if there is anything wrong, I will correct it and supplement it." Even some of the first-rate forces in Central Continent don't know anything about the 8 ancient clans, especially the fact that the Xiao family is the former Xiao clan. It is basically impossible for anyone else to know, except the ancient clan. She wanted to see what Xiao Meng could say, so that she could determine some of the details of the forces behind him. Xiao Meng raised the corner of her mouth, outlined a smile, and told everything about the grievances between the Soul clan and the Xiao clan, including Xiao Zuan, the most outstanding ancestor of the Xiao clan, and the Hunshan emperor. The eldest son of the Xiao clan of enemies. Xiao Yan was shocked by the news she told him, especially knowing that his family still had a powerful enemy standing at the top of the entire continent. At first, it felt a little unreal, and then, it felt so heavy that it was almost suffocating. The pressure came over him, almost crushing him. Zuna was also stunned for a while. After listening, her expression changed drastically, and she said sternly, "Who are you exactly?" In addition to the ancient clan, those who may know about the Xiao clan and are interested in the Xiao clan's movements may still remain unchanged even after thousands of years. I'm afraid the only one who is the Xiao clan's great enemy is the Soul clan. Xiao Meng shrugged. It's not difficult for some big forces to know about the 8 ancient clans, right? Miss Zuna doesn't have to be so reactionary, right? But I know that the Xiao family is the former Xiao clan. As far as I know, we are the only ancient clan. It was our ancient clan who had been protecting the Xiao clan and erasing the traces of their migration. Zuna stared with a solemn expression. Xiao Meng had golden flames beating in his eyes. The corner of Xiao Meng's mouth curved. Isn't it you, Miss Zuna, who exposed this? Ah, me. A trace of confusion flashed in Zuna's eyes. Xiao Meng smiled and said softly, "I accidentally heard Mr. Xiaozhen say that your father seems to be named Gu Yuan. This name may not be famous, but there are some old guys in my family who have lived a long time. To them, this name is very popular. In addition, I have read the Xiao family's genealogy, and there is indeed a person named Xiao Zuan on it. Gu Yuan, the Xiao family, Xiao Zuan. These are all connected together. The final answer is not difficult to guess." Ah, this. Zuna was confused and didn't know what to say. She didn't expect that it would be herself who exposed the Xiao family in the end. She opened her red lips slightly and said softly, "Xiao Meng, I misunderstood. But I hope you can keep these secrets and don't let your clan members spread the news. Otherwise, I'm afraid brother Xiao Yan will be put in danger. Of course I won't tell anyone about it, but if what happened to the Xiao family in the Jia Empire is really because the Xiao family's details were discovered, and the people who destroyed the Xiao family are targeting the Xiao clan, then young Master Xiao Yan is not safe now." Xiao Meng said in a low tone. Zuna pursed her lips and looked at Xiao Yan. "Brother Xiao Yan, do you want to go back to my ancient clan with me? If the real culprit behind the scenes is the Soul clan, Canon College will not be safe." Xiao Yan hesitated for a second and finally shook his head firmly. "I appreciate your kindness, but escaping is not an option. I will be more careful." Chapter 502 Determination. Relying on the protection of the ancient tribe, he might be able to survive, but Xiao Yan didn't want to be a waste to hid in a safe place, and didn't dare to face it when encountering difficulties that way. Not to mention that others will look down on him. He himself will not look down on himself. He dared to fight, dared to gamble his life, and would not regret it, even if he died 100 times. Zuna looked at Xiao Meng with burning eyes. "You have exposed my old background. Shouldn't you also tell me who your family is? What's your position?" Xiao Meng shook her head. "I can't say. My family is a very dangerous and terrifying race, no worse than your 8 ancient races. In short, if you can't help but deal with them, don't deal with them. Their aggression sex is stronger than the Soul clan." Zuna narrowed her eyes, and after a while, she nodded. "If you don't want to say it, just let it go. Just don't harm brother Xiao Yan." Yaochan in the Bone Flame Ring was also shocked by what Xiao Meng told. As an abandoned member of the Medicine clan, he was not at a high level when he left the Medicine clan, and did not possess many secrets. "I only know a little bit about the 8 ancient tribes through conversations between tribesmen in daily life." After that, he wandered around in the outside world. Although his own level improved, and the level of contact was higher, the ancient race was basically hidden from the world. He didn't have many channels to come into contact with this aspect, so he didn't know anything about it. Existences such as Xiao Zuan, Soul Emperor, and Gu Yuan were legends even to Yao Chen, who was at his peak point at this moment. There was a huge wave in his heart. He was shocked that the Xiao clan was the Xiao family, but what really made it difficult for him to calm down was the fact that Zuna turned out to be Gu Yuan's daughter, he couldn't help but think that Zuna had instigated Xiao Yan to beat his father, and his face became weird. The ancient race is the strongest race among the 8 ancient races, and Gu Yuan is the patriarch of the ancient clan. He has been in charge of the ancient clan for thousands of years and is still prosperous. If you want to beat him up, I'm afraid only the legendary Dao Emperor can do it. Xiao Yan called Yao Chen in his heart. Teacher, do you know anything about the ancient clan, the Soul clan, and the Xiao clan? This voice brought Yao Chen back to his senses. He pondered for a moment without telling Xiao Yan Zuna's identity point. The pressure on my disciple is already great enough. Appropriate pressure is motivation, but too much pressure will make people despair and crush people's spirit. After thinking for 2 seconds, he responded, I don't know much about them. These ancient races are all hidden from the world and live in their own spaces. However, there is no doubt about their strength. Even the weakest races have strong fighting saints in their clans. The Soul Palace is a force created by the Soul Clan, but even if it is just the tip of the iceberg of the Soul Clan, it is already the strongest force in Zhongzhou. Your Yunlin sect, the strongest sect in the Jama Empire, may not even be able to join the Soul Clan. No other branch of the palace can compare with it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but take a breath. The legendary existences such as Xiao Zuan and Soul Emperor that Xiao Meng mentioned before were too far away, both in terms of space and time, giving him an unreal and elusive feeling. After Yao Chen made a close comparison, Xiao Yan felt how terrifying the Soul Clan was. What, are you scared? Do you want to retreat? Do you want to consider your little girlfriend's proposal to receive asylum from the ancient tribe? Yao Chen said in a half-serious half-joking tone. Even though Yao Chen has always had confidence in himself as his apprentice, this time he didn't feel confident at all. If we just fight against the Soul Palace, we might be able to protect ourselves. But defeating the Soul Clan is almost a dream, so there was actually a bit of seriousness in his jizing. Yao Chen was very conflicted in his heart. He hoped that his apprentice would not be afraid of difficulties and face everything bravely, but he also did not want him to really have a bloody encounter with the Soul Clan. When the Xiao clan was at its peak, Xiao Zuan failed to defeat the Huntian Emperor. Now that the Xiao clan has declined, what can it do? Living well is more important than anything else. Xiao Yan heard the hint of advice in Yao Chen's ridicule and smiled slightly. Teacher, I can't let my father down, I can't let Zuna down, and I can't let you down either. To be honest, even if I know the history of the Xiao clan, I don't have much hatred for the Soul clan. It's too far away and too illusory, but it's just the subordinate forces of the Soul clan. I can't forgive the sneak attack that led to your death. They are my enemies. This was already determined when you accepted me as your disciple. What's more, they are probably the culprits who destroyed my Xiao family. The blood debt must be repaid with blood. Zuna didn't know that Xiao Yan was communicating with Yao Chen in his heart. When he saw him smiling, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiao Yan, why are you laughing? Xiao Yan replied, you care about me, isn't that worth laughing at? Zuna also smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she whispered, it's great that you can maintain your mentality. Remember, Zuna will always stand behind you. I will also let my family investigate the truth about the Xiao family. If something like this happens, the old guys in the clan will probably become nervous. After all, even if it has declined, the Xiao clan is one of the 8 ancient clans. Everyone wants to know the truth. If it is really the Soul clan that did it. Zuna suddenly stopped talking, and she couldn't make too many promises. She didn't know whether the ancient tribe would go to war. Because of this matter, she didn't even have the confidence to convince her father. This matter is more important than who you like or who you want to marry. Xiao Yan smiled. Zuna, I know that such a big family has many concerns. I only hope that, if one day I have enough strength to confront the Soul clan, I hope you can create an opportunity for me to meet with the senior leaders of your clan, and give me a chance to seek cooperation. Zuna nodded heavily. If such a day comes, I will definitely do my best. At this time, Xiao Meng jumped out, and said with a smile, Master Xiao Yan, don't be under so much pressure. Just keep your heart and work hard to become stronger. Although my family has not made any promises about dealing with the Soul Clan. They have promised me that they will help you on your way to growth, but those guys are very evil, and the gifts they give often come with hidden prices, so you have to be careful not to be taken advantage of by them. Zhao Yan said to Zhao Meng, thank you. I don't mind being used. That means I have this value. If they can help me achieve my goals, then of course I need to give back. It should probably be said that everyone gets what they need. Zhao Meng's eyes became much deeper and she sighed. Young Master Zhao Yan underestimated the Amon family and did not feel how terrifying the Amon family was. There may be some costs that you cannot accept, and you may even pay them without realizing that they are one of the costs. If there is, I can't say it. Zhao Meng didn't speak anymore. The Rise of Emperor Yan was a script written by the main body. Unless there were major changes, it would not be changed. This is especially true now that the main body has become the 9-star fighting saint, and there is no need to worry too much. However, it is hard to say what will be sacrificed and what will be lost during the rise. The three of them ended the topic tacitly, and no one said anything more. They just gathered together and stood on the balcony of the attic, with Zhao Yan in the middle, Zuna and Zhao Meng on the left and right, staring at the night sky. In the deep and boundless night sky, the stars are shining all over the sky. The night was silent, and this peace soothed Zhao Yan's tense heart. It feels like I'm back in my childhood, my carefree childhood. At that time, they often got together like this, either on the rockery in the yard, or on the cliff behind Zhao's house, looking up at the stars in the deep shadows. An old man with dark skin and thick lips was waiting quietly, just like before. With a shrill scream, a Medusa queen was burned to death in the strange fire. The body turned into charcoal, completely losing its activity, and the soul was annihilated and returned to nothingness. Seeing such a scene made Phosphorus tremble. She looked at the man with chestnut hair and light blue eyes not far away, her eyes full of fear. This is already the third Medusa queen to evolve besides her, and without exception, they all ended in failure. Among these three, one was tempted and had the desire to hit a higher level voluntarily, one was half-assed, and the other was forced like white phosphorus at the beginning. In addition to these three, there was a Medusa queen who was threatened and refused to become a test subject, and was burned to death by strange fire. Everyone in the entire tribe disappeared within a few hours, but many strange guys wearing classic black robes, pointed hats, and monocles embedded in their right eyes appeared in the city. Failed. Again, right? Huang Tao said to himself, forget it, success is the mother of failure, let's continue. Anyway, there are still many Medusa queens. As if he thought of something, Huang Tao suddenly turned his head and asked Phosphorus, is your secret method for nourishing the fetus using the Cheyenne blood bone pill the highest level? Is there any better one? Will the difference in the secret method affect the success rate of evolution? Phosphorus shook her head and said she didn't know. After a moment of hesitation, she said, you can go to the main line of the Hao family and have a look. If there is a higher level secret method, it must be in their hands. Huang Tao glanced at her and found a rather expectant look on her face. He stroked his crystal monocle and smiled. TSK, do you have any objections to the Hao family? Lu shrank his neck and answered honestly, one thing is that the main line of the Yu family is the largest snake tribe. Strictly speaking, all snake tribes are split from the main line. But they also often bully other tribes are dissatisfied with them, and I'm not the only one. Well, let's go and have a look. I hope I can gain something. Huang Tao said nonchalantly. Chapter 503 The Difficulties of the Snake People. After Zhao Yan learned about the destruction of the Zhao family, he threw himself into cultivation. Like crazy. He first took the Yin Yang Zuanlang pill, then entered the Xianfen refining key tower for a treat, and upgraded 1 star at the fastest speed, and then went to the deep mountains behind the academy to study fighting skills, or he would sit in meditation and think, or practice with the Ape King, or find other monsters to fight with them. After fully mastering the upgraded fighting spirit and consolidating the foundation, he would return to the Xianfen refining key tower for retreat. This cycle repeats itself over and over again. Even the time to meet with Xiao Meng and Zuna was squeezed out. He also discussed the working hours with King Meng. When Xiao Yan was practicing on his own, King Meng would play or rest on his own. When Xiao Yan was not practicing the skills, it would start working again to help Xiao Yan practice the skills, so as to ensure that the burning dew could be operated 24 hours a day without interruption. Under such high intensity continuous rotation, Xiao Yan's strength grew steadily and rapidly. In the boundless void, a space storm raged, and energy of various attributes surged in an orderly manner. The terrible power was like a tide, advancing wave after wave. This space turbulence, that seemed to be able to destroy everything when it hit a certain behemoth, was like encountering an unshakable mountain, and could only helplessly separate from both sides. This was a giant dragon with 12 rings on its body, emitting starlight colors. The long breath affected the surrounding energy with a special frequency. The frequency of his breathing actually matched the ups and downs of the energy tide. No, it was not his breathing that matched the ups and downs of the energy tide, but his breathing that set off this huge energy tide. He used his own great power to unconsciously affect this piece of void. In the dim light, the dragon slowly opened his eyes, as deep as the night sky, and as shining as the stars, releasing endless pressure. Suddenly, the starlight was bright, and the original dragon disappeared. In its place, there was a young man wearing a pointed hat, a black classical robe, and a crystal monocle on his right eye. He exhaled lightly, and the strong pressure on his body gradually receded, and his breath gradually calmed down. The energy tide surging due to his breath also gradually dissipated. Amon finally mastered his own power initially, so as not to accidentally destroy things he didn't want to destroy. Because his improvement this time was too huge, it had far exceeded the highest level he had reached in the Douluo world. Even for him, it would take some time to really use it freely. The plan doesn't wait for anyone. Even if the main body hasn't adjusted its state completely, it has to move. Well, cultivate a Dao Sheng level clone as soon as possible. Amon muttered to himself. In addition to the main body, his strongest clone at present is Huang Tao, who is at the Dao Zun level, and was created by gathering a large number of spirit insects. Although the upper limit of the clones has been raised to an extremely high level, due to the short time, he did not have time to complete the accumulation, so the power he could mobilize was very limited. Silently feeling the position of each clone, locked direction, and quickly swept away. Gamma Empire, Taga Desert. The attack of the Izumo Empire came too suddenly, which put the snake people who were not prepared for it into a great disadvantage, and the war was almost one-sided. Several snake tribes were destroyed, and even the flame snake tribe among the 8 tribes was massacred. The tribal leader, the Daowang level Flame Thorn, died on the spot. The 4 elders of the snake people stood up to preside over the overall situation. Under their call, in addition to the dead Flame Thorn and the 4 commanders who had been caught in the war and could not leave, the other 3 commanders whose territories were relatively backward and had not yet contacted the Izumo army brought their elites to the holy city of the snake people together, and the captain of the guard Huashira, whose cultivation had been sealed, was also released and allowed to attend the meeting of the snake people. It seems that the Izumo kingdom has been plotting for a long time. Their domestic sects must have participated in this war. Otherwise, there would not be so many strong people, so that we have no news at the outposts ahead. The elder of the snake people said with a gloomy face. The most urgent task now is to rescue the commander-in-chief and others, but the attacks from the Izumo kingdom come from multiple different directions. We can't even determine which side is more dangerous. The second elder said in a low voice. Yume's eyes showed anxiety, and her tail kept swinging, murmuring, "It would be great if Her Majesty was here." Mobus set his sights on the flower snake whose cultivation was sealed. "Where did Her Majesty go?" The latter smiled and answered casually, "I have been imprisoned by you. How can I know the news outside? Wasn't there a rumor that Her Majesty appeared in Yunlin sect before? At least this has proved one thing. She is still alive. It's her own choice. I didn't harm her." Mei felt that flower snake had been very strange since Her Majesty's evolution, as if she had changed into a different person. The snakes talked about this and that for a while, and the whole topic did not have a clear center. After talking for a long time, they could not come up with a plan. When they had no backbone, and were at a loss, the leader of the Yanshi suddenly said, "How about we ask for help from the Jama royal family and Yunlin sect, HMM." The others showed surprise. The Izumo Empire is not only our enemy, but also the enemy of the entire Gamma Empire. There is no reason for us to help the Gamma Imperial family fend off this powerful enemy alone. Yanshi said in a deep voice, "Join forces with humans?" Mobus said with unspeakable disgust in his tone, "To deal with other humans." Yanshi remained calm. The Great Elder pondered, but did not give an answer at this moment. A burst of fighting spirit suddenly broke out in the outside world, followed closely by a loud bang. The expressions of the 4 elders and 3 commanders changed, and they rushed out quickly. When they arrived outside the main hall, they found a figure flying from a distance like a meteor, and hovering in the sky above them. This is an old man wearing ordinary clothes, with a slight stoop, cloudy eyes, and a cold look on his face. He is leaning on a pitch black crutch with a scorpion head carved on it. There are no fighting wings on his back, and he just floats quietly in the air with the help of the power of heaven and earth. A strong man from Daozang. Yumen's pretty face turned pale. "You are Zebian." The 4th elder of the snake tribe spoke out a name in a solemn tone. "Isn't that a powerful enemy that Her Majesty had fought against when she first came to power?" Under the hood, Yanshi's face was ugly. "I didn't expect that after so many years, he would turn out to be a strong warrior in the Daozang. Isn't Queen Medusa here?" Zebian said calmly. "What's the matter with you?" "The queen is traveling. If you have anything, we can wait until she comes back to discuss it." The elder of the snake tribe had a cold look on his face. He was particularly dissatisfied with Zebian's direct intrusion, but he was forced to do so due to the situation. "I had to swallow my anger. If you're not there, then you're not here. Anyway, it's the same. Today, the snake people will be wiped out in the Tagore Desert." Zebian's cloudy eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness. "How dare you form a formation?" the Great Elder shouted sternly. The other 3 elders immediately stood behind her and formed a formation. At the same time, they formed seals with their hands. Lines in 4 colors of cyan, blue, purple, and gray were outlined between them and connected to each other. At this moment, the 4 of them were like a whole. Zebian just watched indifferently, without stopping, and said quietly, "If it's just a 1 or 2 star Daozang, it might be a little troublesome to deal with your combined attack." After the formation was formed, the fighting energy in the body was consumed all the time, so the elder of the snake people immediately launched an attack. A dark green, dozens of feet long giant snake appeared from the formation of the 4 of them, opening its big mouth and biting at Zebian. Zebian's dark cane glowed with a faint blue light. He just waved the cane quite casually and knocked down when the crutch collided with the giant snake. An explosion of energy suddenly erupted. A huge explosion sounded, and the giant snake disappeared without a trace in this collision. As the giant snake was broken, the 4 snake elders all spurted blood and stumbled backwards. Their breath suddenly weakened. "How could it be so strong?" the Great Elder murmured in disbelief. And she suddenly shouted, "Mobus, you may run away. Inform the tribesmen who can be notified to spread out and leave one by one. Although he is not very strong, he can often make decisions quickly and accurately." Yumeri and Mobus looked at each other and immediately disintegrated into countless small snakes, escaping from all directions. However, Yanshi took the initiative to attack Zebian and shot a grey energy palm print towards him. "Ha, are you playing with poison in front of me?" Zebian smiled disdainfully and waved his hand. The faint blue energy scattered the palm prints and hit Yanshi's chest with unabated force. In an instant, the highly respected leader of the snake tribe turned into a pool of blood. The figures of Mobus and Yumeri appeared in the east and west directions of the city respectively. They mustered up their fighting spirit to spread the orders of the underworld. "Run away, everyone, separate." At this time, the poison masters from the Izumo kingdom, including the 10,000 Scorpion sect and the Poison sect, also led the Izumo army to kill from all directions. Screams sounded from all directions. It was a one-sided massacre. Among the poison masters of the Izumo empire, there was a beautiful figure with white hair and a strange face. She was wearing a grey robe and looked at the tragic situation in the city with neither joy nor sorrow. "Ha ha ha. Kill all the men, old and young. Keep the young female snakes and take them back to enjoy. Well, the ugly ones will also be killed. Zishan, the master of one scorpion sect, laughed. Give orders, kill them all. The woman shrouded in grey robes calmly spread her voice. Kill them all. The calm voice sounded again. Poison masters, you look at me, and I look at you, a little hesitant. They wanted to obey the orders of the master of the 10,000 scorpion sect, but this sky poison girl was even more fearful. This is the protector's request. Do you want to violate it? The little medical fairy said expressionlessly. Listen to her. This is the protector's request. Zibian appeared above them at some unknown moment and said calmly, yes. Zishan bowed slightly respectfully. I told you not to let anyone escape. Zibian looked at Yume's escape direction and disappeared suddenly. The little medical fairy nodded and chased in the direction Mobus left. Chapter 504 KLIN-039 S Crisis. Yume walked quickly through the sand, her expression painful and dazed. The snake people suddenly encountered a disaster. Even the holy city was captured, and the people were massacred. For a moment, she didn't know where to flee. I just feel like there is no place for me in this huge world. Except for the Tagore Desert, the rest is human territory, and humans are not friendly to snake people. Even if she has the strength to fight the king, it is dangerous to get close to human cities, especially for a young and beautiful female snake like her. Once the news spreads, she might be rounded up by powerful human fighting emperors. She suddenly stopped moving forward and looked ahead in horror, feeling a sense of despair in her heart. The old man with a slightly hunched back and cloudy eyes, holding a scorpion-headed crutch, floated in the air in front of her. Looking at her expressionlessly, Yume showed a forced smile. You really think highly of me? A strong man from Daozan came to hunt him down in person. Should I say it's an honor? There is no need for those who are dying to have so many emotions. Zibian thrust his crutch forward, and the blue beam of light shot toward Yume like a sharp arrow. The latter only felt that the surrounding air had solidified, preventing him from escaping. Unable to resist or dodge, Yume could only watch the beam of light coming towards her. At this moment, a voluptuous, sexy, and sultry figure appeared in front of her. She waved a colorful long sword and scattered the blue light beam with a swipe point. After seeing this figure, Yume's face showed a look of joy, and tears almost fell from her eyes. Your Majesty the Queen. Lin looked at the haggard and sad Yume, her beautiful brows furrowed, and she had an unknown premonition in her heart. She asked, what happened? You. Mian said concisely. The army of the Izumo kingdom is pressing down on the territory, and Zibian raids the holy city and slaughters our snake people clan. Where are the elders and other commanders? Kaylin asked. Yume immediately replied, not long after the Flame Sting War started, they were already killed. The leader of the underworld died in the hands of Zibian, and the 4 elders are probably in danger as well. Mobus and I escaped separately in the holy city. The remaining 4 commanders were assisting the Izumo Empire's army in their respective tribes, and did not come to the holy city. I'm afraid the situation will not be good either. Lin looked at Zibian with anger in her eyes. You are so brave. You actually dare to massacre my people while I'm away. Zibian's cloudy eyes were calm. Even if you are here, you can't change their fate. Now that you are here, I can capture you just in time. His figure suddenly disappeared in midair, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Kaylin. The latter's face changed slightly, and he waved his colorful long sword to meet the crutch dropped by his opponent. Leave first, Kaylin said quickly to Yume. The latter knew that he could not intervene in the battle at the Daozan level, so he nodded and ran away. Zibian's pitch black cane glowed with a faint blue light, and every time he waved it, there was a majestic fighting spirit, which made Kaylin feel tremendous pressure. Although her body is the 7-colored sky swallowing python, which has physical advantages, her and the 7-colored sky swallowing python's souls have not been completely integrated, and there are still inconsistencies. Moreover, Zibian's fighting spirit is higher, so even if she couldn't gain the upper hand in this kind of close combat, I heard that you have successfully evolved and are now a complete monster body. You are truly worthy of being Queen Medusa. You have been able to support me for such a long time. When you first joined the Daozan, Zebian's voice was indifferent. Kaylin's eyes turned into snake-like vertical pupils, and fine scales appeared on her skin. The powerful enemy aroused her ferocity that belonged to a monster. Zebian suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, which made Kaylin feel depressed. His aura had reached the peak of the 6-star Daozang. How is it possible? You have made such great progress in these years. An expression of disbelief appeared on Kaylin's face. When she first became the queen of the snake tribe, she fought against Zebian. At that time, the gap between them was not that big, haha, because I chose the right position. Zebian smiled faintly. Shocking. Stick. He displayed his stick fighting skills and displayed overwhelming strength. Even though Kaylin's bloodline was strong, he couldn't close the gap between the 5 stars. He was beaten back and forth, and was soon stabbed in the left shoulder by a blow. She let out a muffled groan, and took a few steps back. She covered her shoulder with her right hand, and dropped her left hand weakly. Zebian did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but suddenly retreated backwards. Kaylin was puzzled by his behavior at first, then her pupils shrank, and she immediately chased after him. The direction in which he retreated was exactly the direction in which Yumei fled. After all, Kaylin failed to catch up with Zebian's movements. As a scream rang out, Yumei's beautiful head was kicked towards Kaylin like a bowl by Zebian, making her eyes wide open. She revealed the true form of the monster, transformed into a colorful python, and rushed towards Zebian. This is the colorful sky-swallowing python. As a senior poison master, Zebian has a deep understanding of poisons such as scorpions, snakes, spiders, etc., and has also heard of the name of the ancient beast, the colorful sky-swallowing python. His body suddenly rose into the air quickly, dodging the python's attack. If I give you some more time, I'm afraid your cultivation will soon surpass mine. It's a pity that there is no such thing as that. Zebian's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. A terrifying suction force erupted from the open mouth of the colorful sky-swallowing python. This is her innate ability, swallowing the sky. Zebian felt as if the space around him had solidified, and his body could not help but fly towards the big mouth emitting dark light. He remained calm, and when he was about to enter the giant python's mouth, he shouted violently, and a strong fighting spirit broke through the confinement, and he could move freely again. Zebian's body flashed, rushed to the top of the giant python, and smashed down with a cane carrying a majestic fighting spirit. With a bang, the giant python was smashed and bleeding, and let out a mournful cry. The colorful brilliance emerged, the giant python disappeared, and turned back into a beautiful woman with a charming figure and a strange face. The blood on Kaylin's forehead kept flowing. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with deep hatred. Zebian was not moved by her eyes, and his face was still calm. He said with some regret, I want to take you as a forbidden delicacy. You are dreaming. Kaylin gritted his teeth. She suddenly swung a beam of colorful energy at Zebian, which then exploded suddenly, and turned into countless small snakes, scurrying towards the sky, the sand, and various directions. Zebian waved his sleeves, and bounced off the colorful energy. The beam of light fell on the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound, and in an instant, a large pit was corroded in the sand. HMPH, I've been prepared for this trick of yours. Zebian snorted coldly, and a blood-colored energy spread out from him to the surroundings, covering all the small snakes transformed by Kaylin. The energy snakes exploded one after another, and Kaylin's body also shook violently. She vomited blood, and fell into a coma. Zebian carefully approached the colorful little snake lying on its belly on the sand, and stretched out his crutch to poke its belly. The little snake was pushed back and forth by him, but it remained motionless, as if it was dead. He was slightly relieved. He was extremely wary of Kaylin. If his cultivation was not far superior to his opponent and he did not relax in the battle, the result might be different. Just as he was about to pick up the little snake, he suddenly found that the scene in front of him had changed. It was no longer a vast desert under the scorching sun, but a dark hall. In front of him was a chair with 2 scorpion heads carved on the armrests. On the surrounding pillars, there were lifelike scorpions carved one after another, and long scrolls hung from the surrounding walls. On the scrolls, there were also various scorpion-shaped monsters, which carried a trace of spiritual imprints. At first glance, those monsters seemed to be about to break out of the paintings. The scene here was not unfamiliar to Zibian. This was the hall of the Wangxi Gate, but he was clearly in the Taga Desert thousands of miles away just now. How could he suddenly return to the Izumo Kingdom? Hallucination. Zibian's face became solemn. The person who could make himself fall into hallucination silently was obviously very extraordinary. Someone wanted to help Queen Medusa. His cloudy eyes swept through the hall, and he was surprised to find that the illusion was so realistic. Even the light and shadow, even some details in the hall that he couldn't remember clearly, were not blurred at all. A chuckle came from the chair. Zibian looked over and saw that the chair that symbolized the leader of the Wangxi sect had been occupied by a person wearing a black robe with a white soul printed on his chest. He was tall and slender, and his face was covered by a faint black mist, so his face could not be seen clearly. He frowned slightly. Meng Hufa, you seem a little confused. Meng Hufa's clear voice came from the black mist. Did you cast this illusion? Zibian asked. Meng Hufa said in a strange tone. Who told you that this was an illusion? Zibian was slightly stunned, and then an indescribable fear rose from his heart, making him shudder. It's not an illusion. This is more terrifying than a real illusion. What kind of method is this? Silently, he transferred himself from the distant Taga Desert to the Wangxi Gate. He looked at the figure in front of him in horror, his eyes full of shock. Well done. Well, go ahead. The front line still needs you. Continue to lead the army to attack the Jama Empire. Do a good job for me. You can get more. Meng Hufa said with a smile. When Zibian walked out of the gate of Wangxi Gate, his expression was still a little dazed until he saw the sun in the sky. His eyes were slightly squinted by the sun, and he realized that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. What happened? Is he really not in an illusion? But who can quietly, in an instant, let himself return to the Wangxi Gate? Is this really possible? What kind of cultivation is Meng Hufa? Chapter 505. The Emo Family. The northern continent is the largest tribe of the snake people and the main line of the Heo family. The fire clouds in the sky have not yet dissipated, and a blazing breath filled the air. Along with the blazing heat, there was also the fear and horror of the snake people. Just now, Huang Taogang used the Buddha's angry fire lotus move to blow up their Daozun level clan leader, the monster, into ashes. He clicked his tongue and said, "You actually want to steal my strange fire? You are the most arrogant person I have seen in recent times." White phosphorus has a face that is half beautiful and half covered with fine scales, showing a look of schadenfreude. It tells you to be domineering and domineering all the time. You must be punished now. Bay phosphorus, go and look for valuable secret techniques or prescriptions wherever possible. Huang Tao casually ordered. Yes. Bay Phosphorus happily walked towards the ancestral tablet enshrined in the center of the temple. The habits of the snake tribe are similar. In addition to the important exercises, secrets, and elixir prescriptions that are kept in the hands of the clan leader, there is also a backup copy hidden in the ancestral hall. Huang Tao slowly descended from the sky, and the aura of the 5-star Daozun spread out without reservation, shocking the elders of the Heo family and making them dare not act rashly. Our Heo family has admitted defeat in this matter. How can you be willing to let us go? Heo Yi, the eldest elder of the Heo family, said with a bit of fear and unwillingness. Well, just hand over all your family's exercises, secret books, and elixir prescriptions, as well as the collected medicinal materials. There was no wave in Huang Tao's blue eyes. This is impossible. You are digging up the roots of our family. An elder screamed. Then, die. Huang Tao snapped his fingers, and invisible flames emerged from the elder's heart, burning her completely from the inside out. Third elder. Zhuyi's eyes widened, and it was hard to believe that the third elder of 9-star Daozun, whose cultivation level was comparable to his own, was killed so easily, without even a hint of warning. Huang Tao said in an indifferent tone. Don't you still understand? There is an insurmountable chasm-like gap between us. Make a choice, die together as a whole, or give up, and hand over your things to save your life. TSK, I'm really looking forward to your stubborn resistance, so that even if I eat them all, it won't become a burden to my little remaining humanity. Seeing that there was no room for bargaining. Zhu said decisively, "We will hand over the goods." Wise choice. Only by living can you see the sun tomorrow. Huang Tao nodded slightly. After taking away the valuable things in their collection, he walked towards the temple. Zhu hesitated and followed at this time. Bay Phosphorus was worrying about a space lock. Their tribe did not have such means. She waved to Huang Tao, who was approaching. "This way, this treasure house is here. I can't open it." Zhu glanced at her hatefully and then said, "This was set up by the patriarch. If it is forcibly opened, the self-destruction mechanism inside will be triggered. Go down and appease your people. I will occupy the temple for a few days." Huang Tao shed starlight on his hand and directly used breaking seal to open the space lock without triggering the self-destruction mechanism. Zhu's eyes flashed. She followed because she was worried that Huang Tao's violent opening of the space lock would destroy the things inside and anger their clan. Now that the treasure house had been opened, she had no reason to stay and turned around to leave. Her heart bleeds when she thinks of the accumulation of several generations of her family and how they can take advantage of their opponents in vain. But people had to bow their heads under the roof. If she didn't want to be exterminated, she could only swallow her anger. "Wait here," Huang Tao said calmly, and walked in immediately. Bay Phosphorus had a look of disappointment on her face. She also wanted to see how many good things the largest snake tribe had collected. After passing through the deep passage, the inside suddenly became open. Surrounded by rows of shelves, there are various jade boxes with various medicinal materials inside. Near the back of the hall, there are 3 snake-shaped statues with their mouths open, holding a scroll, and a jade box in their mouths. Huang Tao realized that this was probably what he wanted, and it was also the most valuable thing in this treasure house. He walked forward slowly and encountered a barrier. As the stars flickered, he passed through it. Picking up the scroll in the center, he immediately read the content on it. What is recorded in it is the top secret method of cultivating Queen Medusa by the Hao family. It is a higher level than the superior secret method possessed by the Tagore Desert and the White Snake tribe. It requires the use of a method called Sky Snake blood coagulation. Elixir is an elixir that ranks at the top of the 8th level. He picked up another scroll and looked at it. As he expected, it was the recipe for the Sky Snake blood coagulating pill. The last jade box contained a drop of blood, and an extremely ferocious aura emanated from this drop of blood. Huang Tao calmly closed the jade box with a snap. This is a drop of blood essence from a fighting saint level snake monster. At this moment, the surrounding space began to fluctuate. The barrier that originally enveloped the 3 snake-shaped statues quietly disintegrated, and a door full of starlight opened from the void. Wearing a pointed soft hat, classical robes, and a monocle, the most orthodox Amon walked out of the door. This is the true body. Amon's true body. He rummaged through his pockets and took out a small, unconscious, 7-colored snake and handed it to Huang Tao. It was Amon's original body who rescued Kalen in the Tagore Desert, and it was also his original body who transferred Zibiyan to the Wanzi Gate of the Izumo Empire in an instant. Only a 9-star Dao Sheng has such ability to transfer it together with the space citizen without anyone noticing. He never showed up from beginning to end, giving Zibiyan the impression that it was done by the Guardian Meng. "Well, you caught Queen Kalen back." Huang Tao pinched the monocle on his right eye and said with interest, "After all, this is the only Queen Medusa who has evolved successfully so far, and I saved her." Amon smiled. Huang Tao complained, without discussing how she was in danger. "It should be like this." Amon looked around, connected with Huang Tao mentally, and shared some information. "Is that so? The evolution of Queen Medusa is really not an easy task. There are too many variables to control, and it is difficult to experiment with a stable solution. TSK, try your best. If it doesn't work, go to the world and find another way." Amon muttered. Then, the starlight lit up, and his figure disappeared in the treasure house. After Huang Tao collected the necessary things, he left the treasure house with the colorful snake. Bailin looked at Huang Tao, who walked out, and asked excitedly, "How is it? Did you gain anything?" "Yes, don't worry, your share will not be missing." He tapped Baylin's forehead with his finger and poured the top secret method of cultivating Queen Medusa and the recipe of heavenly snake blood coagulation pill into her mind. Baylin felt dizzy, and it took a long time for her to recover from the impact of this huge amount of information. She let out a long breath and sighed. The Mo family really has a higher level of secrets. After the initial joy, her face quickly fell again. The White Snake tribe couldn't afford the top secrets, let alone the price of the superior secrets. For example, she herself was born with a medium secret. Take good care of her. I'll make a pill first. Huang Tao put the colorful little snake in Baylin's hand. Baylin took a closer look, was stunned for 3 seconds, and then widened her eyes. She recognized this kind of magic beast, 7-colored, sky-swallowing python. The Mo family actually still has a 7-colored sky-swallowing python? Are they trying to extract its soul to cultivate a new Queen Medusa? The deformed short legs on her snake body scratched the floor unconsciously, and her eyes flashed with greed and ferocity. She instinctively felt that eating this 7-colored sky-swallowing python could further purify her bloodline, and maybe she could get rid of this ugly appearance and complete the last missing step of evolution. However, out of fear of Huang Tao, she suppressed her thoughts, took the colorful little snake to a room, and put it on the bed. Huang Tao in the hall snapped his fingers, and the golden emperor burning heaven flame automatically condensed into a fire cauldron. 8-ling magic needle fruit, 7 veins grass, field spider blood and other medicinal materials were thrown into the fire cauldron by him. A bunch of strange fires appeared in the fire cauldron. They each performed their duties, refined the medicinal materials they were responsible for, extracted the essence, and finally, under the control of the flame of life, all the medicinal materials condensed into a bowl in an orderly manner. High-grade elixirs often require dozens or hundreds of medicinal materials. Ordinary alchemists need to refine these medicinal materials one by one, which is extremely time-consuming. At the same time, long-term refining consumes a lot of one's own fighting spirit and soul power. The later it is, the more likely it is to make mistakes, resulting in failure in refining. Amon can refine dozens of medicinal materials together. If necessary, he can continue to split new strange fires and cultivate more strange fire Amon, which greatly saves time. He refined the 6th grade Drangling pill, which can make the soul and body merge and solve the problem of soul disharmony. The vision of the 6th grade pill becoming a pill appeared in the hall, and the rich medicinal fragrance spread. Baylin opened the door and stared at the front. The house she chose was not far from the central hall, and there was no obstruction in the middle, so it could be seen at a glance. No matter how many times she saw it, she was amazed by Huang Tao's miraculous alchemy skills. She even felt that Huang Tao was capable of refining the 8th grade pill required for the top secret method. The wafting pill fragrance was transmitted into the room behind Baylin, and the colorful little snake sniffed the pill fragrance and woke up slowly. There was a confusion in its eyes at first, and then it became sharp. With Kaylin's current weak state, he could not suppress the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, so the first thing to wake up was the will of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. But it felt instinctively uneasy about its current environment and had no idea what to do in its little head, so it decisively woke up Kaylin and handed over control of its body to her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Huang Tao, Serve Me. Kaylin's vertical pupils stared at Baylin, who was facing away from her. Judging from the other party's snaketail, this was also a snake man, which made her feel a little relieved. But her spirit was still tense. Before she fainted, Yan had said that he wanted to take her as a concubine, so now she might have fallen into Yan's hands. The white snake man in front of her was a trained maid or something like that. But what confused her was that Yan did not set any constraints for her. Is this absolutely sure to control me and think that I can't resist? Isn't this too arrogant? A cold light flashed in Kaylin's eyes. Baylin noticed the change in Kaylin's breath and turned around. Kaylin saw that she was discovered, and the colorful light flowed, turning into a human form, and immediately launched an attack. trying to subdue the maid before the other party called in other people. Then, she was shocked to find that her wrist was grabbed and she spun around and fell heavily to the ground. The wound burst, frowned in pain, and groaned. However, at this moment, her mental surprise overwhelmed the physical pain, and her expression was extremely confused. What's going on? I can't seem to beat her. This is a Daozang, and her level is not low. Balin twisted her arm and leaned close to her ear. Oh, it turns out that it is the Queen Medusa who has successfully evolved. It's really enviable. Lin slapped back with a backhand palm, and Balin's body quickly retreated and dodged the palm. Looking at Balin's somewhat strange appearance, Kaylin was slightly surprised, but now was not the time to care about such things. What she wanted to understand most was where ZB Yan sent herself. Who are you? What is your relationship with ZB Yan? ZB Yan? Who? I haven't heard of him. Balin's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Kaylin showed a puzzled look, and the other party didn't look like a fake. What happened when I was unconscious? Balin did not intend to continue pestering, and whispered, since you are awake, go meet Huang Tao. It was that man who brought you here. Huang Tao. Kaylin repeated the name. Balin passed by Kaylin without hostility. Follow me. At this time, Kaylin noticed that on the other snake body, there was a pair of deformed short legs drooping weakly on both sides of the body. She lowered her head and had a thoughtful look on her face. She hesitated for a moment and followed Balin. When they arrived at the hall, Huang Tao had already refined the elixir. Seeing Balin coming with Kaylin, he casually threw a jade bottle to the latter. This is a 6th grade healing elixir. Take it first and recover your body. Lin took the jade bottle and sniffed the bottle mouth gently. She did not notice anything unusual, but out of caution, she still did not take it, but looked at Huang Tao and asked, are you the Huang Tao she mentioned? It's me. Huang Tao's light blue eyes were calm. Where is this place? I remember that before I fainted, I was fighting with Zibian in the Taga Desert. Why am I here? Who are you? Kaylin asked in a low voice. Huang Tao's face suddenly changed, and he said in a slightly excited tone, it's me, your brother Tao. Don't you remember? Could it be that you have lost your memory? Damn it, it's all my fault. I was a step late and hurt you. In his excitement, his breath was a little unstable, and the aura of Daozan flashed away, which made Kaylin surprised and confused. Brother Tao? A look of confusion appeared on her face. Who is Brother Tao? Do I know him? Did he recognize the wrong person? Or did I really lose my memory because of Huang Tao's fleeting aura just now? She knew that this was a strong man far superior to Zibian, the only one she had ever seen in her life. She subconsciously thought that such a super strong man would not lie, and that what he said was true. So she followed his words and began to think about various possibilities. Inadvertently, Kaylin saw a playful smile on Huang Tao's face, and her forehead jumped, thinking that she might have been fooled. No, you didn't really take what I said just now seriously? Huang Tao stroked his monocle and smiled wantonly. Kaylin's face darkened, and he closed his mouth without saying a word. After laughing for a while, Huang Tao stopped laughing, and his expression became serious. This is the northern continent. I saved you. I need you to serve me. Where is ZB Yan? Kaylin asked. Huang Tao replied, he's still alive. What happened? You are not the person behind ZB Yan, are you? He seemed to be worried about something before, and he kept some strength in the battle. Kaylin's tone was a little cold. Huang Tao responded very naturally, I'm not interested in taking an old, ugly, and weak guy as my subordinate. I noticed you by chance. The evolution of Queen Medusa is of great significance to me, so I have been keeping an eye on you. When you are in danger, I will help you. What do you need me to do for you? Kaylin asked. Help me cultivate a Queen Medusa who can complete the evolution. Huang Tao said, the road of evolution is highly accidental and random. Even if I have relevant insights and experience, I can only say that it will increase the probability of successful evolution, but it is impossible to guarantee success. Kaylin replied, after thinking. Huang Tao smiled and said, it's enough to increase the probability. I can do things for you, but you have to help me kill Zibian. Kaylin tried to fight for some conditions. Huang Tao shook his head. Although it doesn't take much effort to kill him, I refuse. Helping me is the price you need to pay for saving you, and nothing else can be added. Kaylin bit her lower lip, and her eyes revealed a strong hatred. I must kill him. The hatred of exterminating the clan is irreconcilable. How long do you think it will take you to kill him? Huang Tao asked. Kaylin thought for a while and replied, 10 years. Her tone seemed unconfident, because she had been suppressed by the 7-colored sky-swallowing python in the past, and had not practiced well. She didn't know what her current talent was like. She conservatively estimated that she could surpass Zibian in about 10 years. He has the support of the Soul Palace behind him. Are you sure you can take revenge then? Kaylin didn't know much about the Soul Palace, but from Huang Tao's tone, she heard that it was an extremely powerful force, and even he was a little afraid of it. After a brief thought, she said firmly, no matter what, I will not give up revenge. Blood debts can only be paid with blood. Do you want to listen to my proposal? Kaylin frowned and stared at Huang Tao. The latter said softly, don't think about revenge for the time being, and cultivate the Queen Medusa for me with peace of mind. I need you to cultivate not an ordinary Queen Medusa that can evolve, but one that can grow into a Daosheng. Wait until it becomes a Daosheng, and then start evolving. During this period, I will provide all the resources needed for its growth, and I will not prohibit you from sharing these resources. After my goal is achieved, I believe your strength will definitely not be lower than that of Daozun. Then you can go for revenge. It will be much easier. This process will not take too long, no more than 15 years at most. Kaylin looked at Huang Tao with an idiotic look, as if to say, do you think I will believe your lies? How come the legendary existence of Daosheng seems to be worthless in your mouth, and you can cultivate it just by saying it? Do you have the strength of Daosheng yourself? Chapter 507 Iron-039, I'm going to have a baby. Seeing Kaylin's suspicious look, Huang Tao seemed to have guessed what she was thinking, and said with a smile, I have not seen any snake people with this qualification among the snake people, but they can be retrained. The qualifications of the snake tribe's Queen Medusa can be created innately. There are two most important points. One is the secret method used during the fetal period, and the other is a snake soul that is implanted after birth. The first point is that I have a way to upgrade the sky snake blood coagulation pill required for the top secret technique to the level of a 9th grade pill through the ultimate spiritual enhancement method. The second point is that I will look for the fighting saint level snake monster, kill it and extract its soul. Then, the last point is, are you sure about improving the probability of evolutionary success? Huang Tao's calm words set off shocking waves in the hearts of the two Medusa queens, and his confident look did not seem like he was joking. He is really sure of it. What a crazy plan this is. She even used 9th grade elixirs and fighting saint level monster souls to cultivate Queen Medusa. Phosphorus's eyes flickered. She succumbed to Huang Tao at first because of the other party's power. Later, she became semi-cooperative, seeking some benefits by doing things for the other party. Now, she wants to truly participate in the other party's plan. She also wanted to see how qualified the Medusa Queen would be if she was trained in this waypoint. That would probably be the most powerful Medusa Queen in history, right? Kaylin's eyes were filled with brilliance. No snake man would be indifferent to the plan described by Huang Tao. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and said, according to my own experience, when evolving, in addition to some external conditions, one's own will is also a very important factor. If she is raised from a young age, I can guide her character development and set goals for her to evolve. Then I only need to find a suitable time to start the evolution, when she is in good condition. Phosphorus thought for a while and then interjected, from your previous experiments, and combined with my own experience, I have summarized the influence of some external factors. I can provide some suggestions in this regard. Lin was silent for a moment and asked, what special meaning does Queen Medusa have to you that requires you to cultivate it at all costs? Sacrifice. I need a sacrifice. Huang Tao told the truth. What Kaylin and Bay Phosphorus looked horrified. Wang Tao ignored their confusion and surprise and said very calmly, "It's not quite accurate to say it's a sacrifice. It's just that what I have to do will increase her risk. This is also an opportunity. If she can survive, she will soar into the sky." 4. The current Kaylin and White Phosphorus, Dao Sheng is already an elusive goal, but in Huang Tao's mouth, Dao Sheng is only the basic condition. On this basis, what will be achieved by soaring into the sky? Kind of height. Kaylin hesitated for a long time, then made up her mind and asked, "If it is cultivated from scratch, do you only care about the final result?" "What do you want to say? Do you mind if I decide on the candidate?" "Of course I don't mind. It doesn't matter to anyone about an unborn baby." Huang Tao had a faint smile on his face. Bay Phosphorus was stunned, regretting why he didn't think of this earlier. He could use the quota for unborn babies in his tribe. Even if he fails in that opportunity and dies unfortunately, he can still bring great benefits to himself and the Whitesnake tribe during his early training. Kaylin gritted her teeth and said, "Then let my child come." "Huh? Are you pregnant?" Huang Tao had a surprised look on his face. He quickly contacted the main body through the fire of destiny. "Body, when did Kaylin get pregnant? Why didn't I know? What's the situation at Canon College now?" In the boundless void, Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat, subconsciously raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of his monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively, and looked thoughtful. "Kaylin is pregnant? Is there such a thing? I didn't arrange this." In the main hall of the Heo family, a blush flashed across Kaylin's face. She took a deep breath and forced herself to look calm. "Don't you have a child? You can have one. It's not too late to get pregnant now." Bay Phosphorus's eyes widened and he stared at her blankly, thinking in his mind, "How cruel. No, this seems to be a good choice. You can get the best treatment for your future children at the cost of facing certain dangers, but behind the dangers there are also greater opportunities. If there wasn't anyone I liked, I'd want to give it a try. No, even if you don't like anyone, you can still give it a try." Huang Tao was silent. He looked at Kaylin for a while and understood her current state. The current Kaylin is not the good wife and mother in the original work who lost her virginity to Zhao Yan and finally fell in love with him, but Queen Medusa who lost her tribe and suffered a blood feud from the fact that she dared to take risks and initiate the alien fire evolution with a very low probability of success. It can be seen that she is a woman who longs for power, and is even a little crazy. From the perspective of a race queen, it is quite worthwhile to exchange one's chastity for an heir with unlimited potential. From a mother's perspective, this can bring development conditions for her future children that she cannot provide. If she could be reborn, Kaylin would be very willing to be the baby that Huang Tao would train. So, she naturally didn't mind her child being the one to be trained. Huang Tao smiled and asked, "Do you need my help?" Bay Phosphorus on the side looked a little dazed. Shameless guy, he actually used beauty to seduce. "Obviously I came here first. I can do it too. Why don't you give this quota to my child?" She wanted to say so, but when she thought of her ugly appearance now, she felt a little sad and didn't say it out loud. Kaylin's face became redder and nodded. She opened the jade bottle that Huang Tao gave her and swallowed the healing medicine inside. At this point, she was not afraid of whether Huang Tao had done anything with the medicine he gave her. The pill quickly dissolved and a warm current spread throughout her body along her meridians, repairing her body's injuries. Bay Phosphorus's deformed short legs scratched the ground, turned around, and walked out. When she left, she closed the door. There were only 2 people left in the hall. Kaylin looked at the man with chestnut hair, blue eyes, and 2 beautiful mustaches in front of her, and began to hesitate again. After a while, she made up her mind, and began to take off her clothes in the silent hall. The sound of people taking off clothes could be heard. Chapter 508 The 9th Python Clan. There was a pop sound. Huang Tao threw a scroll over, and the scroll hit Kaylin's face and fell to the ground. Kaylin was stunned, and her half-tied clothes stopped sliding down. She stared blankly at the scroll on the ground, with a trace of confusion on her face. Huang Tao stretched out his right hand, touched the bottom edge of the monocle, and said in a strange tone, "What are you doing?" Don't try to destroy the pure relationship between us of using and being used. This is the secret method that I found in the Yu family's treasure house to control the number of children. You should study it carefully. Where is the man you like? After you learn the secret technique, I will send you there. Is this what you mean by helping? Kaylen's face turned blue and purple, and she was so embarrassed and angry. Fuck, are you a fucking man? I finally made up my mind, and you refused. The fist is hard. I can't beat you. I can't bear it. But who should I go to? This is the spirit fusion pill, which can solve the current problem of incompatibility between your soul and body. Huang Tao threw another jade bottle over. Kaylen caught the jade bottle, put on her clothes, picked up the secret scroll on the ground, and walked out of the hall in a daze. The door creaked open. Bailu, who put his ear against the door, quickly took a step back and smiled at Kaylen awkwardly. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. So fast. She poked Kaylen's arm curiously and asked, how are you and him? Is it over? Is it too soon? Lin rolled her eyes. You can try it yourself, Bay. Phosphorus looked at Kaylen's leaving figure, then looked at the main hall, but in the end he didn't try. She quickly followed Kaylen and reminded, this is not my tribe. Huang Tao just killed the Queen Medusa here not long ago. Don't go too far. Just stay in the temple. Everyone is outside. Is the enemy. After Kaylen left, Huang Tao casually drew a line in the air, and a silver flame burned on the outside, and a door with shining stars in the middle appeared out of thin air. He took a step forward and walked in. In the boundless void, misty lights of various colors flickered, and invisible elements surged like waves. A figure wearing a black pointed soft hat was standing in the void. He stared at the empty and deep world, wondering what he was thinking. When Huang Tao came to his side, Amon turned around and looked at him with a smile. I thought you would try the taste of a snake girl. Huang Tao shrugged. I'm not the real Huang Tao. I just use this name because I had to deal with various Medusa queens because of my plans. You really completely dehumanized. I'm you, just in a different place. If it's just for fun, I'm willing to play. But this is for the purpose of having children. You really willing to use your child as a stepping stone to pursue a higher path? Even if this is not necessarily a bad thing for her, children also mean responsibility. Amon hates taking responsibility the most. After all, we are not Amon. From beginning to end, we are still the time traveler. Some responsibilities, if you are not ready to bear them, it is better to avoid them in advance. Amon clicked his tongue and said nothing. After a long silence, he sighed. Yeah, I haven't thought about settling down in Douluo world yet. When one day I get tired of playing and lose so much interest in exploring the unknown, I will consider other things. As for now, it's just fun. I can't have responsibilities that I shouldn't have. That will become a burden on my humanity. Huang Tao chuckled. Forget about this. Let's go to Zhongzhou. It's time to start collecting materials. Well, leave this to me. It's not a difficult task. Amon nodded. Huang Tao added, by the way, don't just focus on the Daoshen kill. If it's convenient, bring some of the other Daozun and Daozang back. Although, Amon, who has been promoted using the Helong secret technique, will lose his ability to parasitize and aggregate, and his other qualities such as breaking seal and sealing will also be greatly reduced. But now we are in urgent need of manpower, so we need to make more. The defective Amon's top. Amon said casually, I will. After saying that, the starlight flourished, and he transformed into a giant dragon that was 10,000 feet long and shuttled towards the distance points due to the Takesu ancient dragon's talent for traveling through space. After Amon merged with Zhu Kun's body, his space qualities not only did not weaken, but actually strengthened. The flame cloud formed by the silver space fire lingered around the huge Takesu ancient dragon. The space was shattered, collapsed, and then healed again. After a while, he crossed a long distance and arrived in Central Continent Point. After judging the direction, he continued to fly south. I don't know if there is a fighting saint level snake monster Amon in the southern continent south of Central Continent, but the 3 fighting saints of the 9 Netherworld Python clan are there, and it is still easy to lock them. Deep underground is the real base camp of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. Since there are also many snake tribes here, Amon did not violently overthrow the earth directly. Instead, he transformed into a human form and entered the underground in a normal waypoint in the area, ruled by the Guiyao Earth Nether Python clan. There are countless cracks in the ground among the rolling mountains. These cracks are so complicated that even the 9 netherworld snakes and the underworld Python clan have not been able to fully understand them. The Guiyao is the main passage into the underground world. It is controlled by the Guiyao Python clan and is heavily guarded. Amon stood in front of this huge, dark passage that seemed to lead to the underworld of hell with unknown depth. He snapped his fingers, and silver white flames emerged from his monocle. The flames distorted space, twisted light, and isolated him from the outside world. Then, he swept deeper into the passage, as if no one was watching. As we go deeper, the surrounding light becomes darker and darker, and the blue sky above seems to be gradually receding. Soon, darkness enveloped everything. After a while, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. The dim light illuminated the ground. The light continued to become more intense. After passing through the passage, the front suddenly opened up. This is an extremely vast world. Above the head, there is not a thick rock, but a vast sky. Except that the sun cannot be seen, there is almost no difference from the outside world. He stood in the air and looked at the huge and empty underground world. On the plains in the distance, there were countless snake people living. The tribes were densely distributed everywhere, even more than in the northern continent. Well, the experimental data is still too little. These are experimental materials. You have to be careful and don't kill too many. Amon muttered. Then, the soul power of his emperor realm spread out without reservation, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire underground world. Under the scanning of this tyrannical soul power, everything is invisible. When Amon released his soul power, the terrible pressure also filled everyone's heart, and everyone felt the trembling from their souls. Nether Snake Earth Line, the headquarters of the Nether Python clan in the 9 Netherlands. In a magnificent palace. A handsome man dressed in black, with a snake-like coldness between his brows, was holding 2 voluptuous women in his arms. The 2 women looked strange, with obvious snake-like features in their eyes. They wrapped around the man like water snakes, their eyes filled with lust. The man in black is Ocean, the leader of the Guiyao Python clan. He responded to the snake girl's enthusiasm, and their mouths stuck together and did not separate for a long time. Just when they took off their clothes and were about to release the primitive and instinctive impulses of life, terrible pressure suddenly came. Ocean stood up suddenly and roughly threw the woman in his arms to the ground. He turned his head in horror and stared at the direction where the pressure came from. The woman who fell to the ground immediately stood up, clutching her clothes and covering her chest, shivering. If the clan leader hadn't been here, she might have been able to revert to her snake form and find a crack in the ground to crawl in. That pressure is so deep and terrifying that it can literally break one's soul. Clan leader. An old man in grey clothes walked in with a red venomous snake coiled on his shoulder. Great elder, what is this? Ocean's voice contained a hint of undetectable panic. This is the first time in my life that I have encountered this kind of soul pressure. The elder of the Guiyao Earth Python clan took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He calmed down and said to Ocean, clan leader, let's go meet him together. I never expected that there is such a strong person in this world. The pressure of his soul alone makes people unable to resist at all. Heart. Ocean's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, I hope it's not that the person who came here is evil. If it were any other place, Ocean would immediately turn around and leave, but this was the headquarters of the Guiyao Earth Nether Python clan. Without being sure of the other party's intentions, he had no choice but to go and meet him. Amon took one step forward, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived at the huge palace built on the underworld snake's veins. One after another, figures appeared around the huge palace. There are snake people, the transformed 9 netherworld pythons, and other 8th level monsters that have been absorbed into the clan by the 9 netherworld pythons. Even in central continent, none of these 1000-level experts who could serve as leaders of a first-rate force dared to rise into the air to confront the figure wearing black classical robes at this moment. They just feel that the whole sky is pressing on them. They are doing their best to stand on the ground without falling to their knees. There was silence around the palace, and all living and moving creatures were trembling, and did not dare to take a breath. From the time Amon's soul power spread to detect information, to when he arrived above the palace of the underworld snake, in just a few dozen seconds, many people were engulfed in boundless fear, before they even realized what was happening. After tidying up their clothes, Yaoshi and the Great Elder walked out of the palace together. They saluted Amon, and said with smiles on their faces, "We are a distinguished guest. We are sorry for the delay in welcoming you. I hope you will forgive me." They wanted to say something else, but they froze in place, because of Amon's look. Chapter 509, The Soul of Snakes. Under the gaze of that cold, indifferent, emotionless gaze, Yaoshi and the grey-clothed old man felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and their whole bodies were trembling. The comer is not kind. He wants to kill us. Escape. Such thoughts popped up in their minds at the same time, and then turned into a black light and shot away at a distance. Can you escape? Amon's mouth drew a smile. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Wuxiang hand. The essence of this move is to rely on Amon's own spatial characteristics and understanding of spatial abilities. The stronger the spatial characteristics of the self, and the deeper the understanding, the stronger the power it exerts. The energy of heaven and earth moved with his mind, turning into a huge translucent giant hand of thousands of feet in grey and black. The huge palm seemed slow, but it fell quickly. Yaoshi and the Great Elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan felt that the space around them had solidified. And it was so solid that even their Dao Sheng cultivation could not break it. They could only watch the giant energy hand covering and holding them. Two screams sounded, and the kings who ruled the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, 2 9th level monsters, died just like that. Amon grabbed their bodies back, extracted their souls, and then opened his mouth to swallow both the bodies and souls into his stomach. He used his own characteristics to open up a storage space in his body. Then he stretched out his hand again and grabbed Yaoming, the previous patriarch of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, who was imprisoned in the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Yaoming saw the hope of escaping from this incident and was about to thank and swear allegiance, but was shattered by Amon's palm. After taking a look at the monsters, snakemen and a few humans who were trembling under the pressure of his soul, Amon waved his right hand and flames surged all over the sky. The silver-white flames enveloped the entire Hade snake vein, cutting out the space where they were located and forming a world of their own. Then, Amon left this space and swallowed the flames that enveloped this space in one gulp. The space fire and the void devouring flame have certain similarities, but the former focuses more on the various uses of spatial abilities, while the latter is like a black hole, violently pulling and accommodating everything. Many snake tribes and monster tribes living around the Hade snake vein did not know what had happened. They just felt an inexplicable tremor in their souls, and then a terrifying energy fluctuation broke out in the direction of the Hade snake vein, and then the entire Hade snake vein suddenly disappeared. When Amon was packing the Hade snake vein, he specially took away the 9 Nether Yellow Spring deep in the Hade snake vein, so the space cutout was extremely deep underground. Where the Hade snake vein was originally located, there was only a huge pit that seemed to lead to the center of the earth. And the nether snake veins wrapped in the fire of space, without the pressure of Amon's soul. Those Daozun regained their ability to move and use their means to tear the space and leave. But this space did not move at all, and any attempt they made was in vain. Panic began to spread, and the entire 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan fell into chaos, carrying the entire nether snake vein. Amon came to the void and rushed to the northwest of the continent. Amon left the spirit worm on the two-headed fire spirit snake near Shimo City. After the two-headed fire spirit snake was controlled by Kinglin's 3-flower pupil of the green snake, that Amon clone has been following Kinglin. In addition to the 3 Dao Shengs of the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan, the 9-headed ancient sky snake on Kinglin in the original book is also Amon's target. Of course, at this time point, it was not long after Kinglin was taken away by the people of the Sky Snake Mansion, and the soul of the nine-headed ancient sky snake had not yet possessed Kinglin Point. However, Amon remembered that Kinglin found the remains of the ancient sky snake in an ancient mountain range. When she first entered Zhongzhou Point, Kinglin should have come to Zhongzhou through the space wormhole near the sky snake mansion at that time, so it was only necessary to find the space wormhole she might have taken, come to the corresponding location in Zhongzhou, and then look for the nearby ancient mountains with the searchability of Amon's emperor level soul. It was not difficult to find the remains of the ancient sky snake. After determining the ancient mountains, considering that some special places may disturb the soul perception, Amon decided to bring Kinglin with him to avoid spending too much time on them. After arriving at the sky snake kingdom, he tore the space through the connection with his clone and instantly appeared beside Kinglin Point. At this moment, the lord of the sky snake mansion had just publicly announced Kinglin as a saint. The green snake three flower pupils are of great significance to the sky snake mansion. The high-level officials of the sky snake mansion all had unstoppable smiles on their faces. They seemed to see the day when the sky snake mansion would rise in the near future. Their smiles did not last long before they solidified. A strange man wearing a pointed hat suddenly appeared beside Kinglin, and then suddenly disappeared, along with the saint of their Shiansh mansion. 2 seconds after Amon took Kinglin away, the lord of Shiansh mansion finally reacted. His face was terribly gloomy. At the enthronement ceremony, there were not only people from Shiansh mansion, but also many invited guests. The saint of their Shiansh mansion was kidnapped in full view of the public. There was a noisy discussion at the scene. The lord of Shiansh mansion's face changed again and again. He used voice transmission to inform the elders who wanted to order the blockade of Shiansh city for search, asking them not to act rashly for the time being and pretend that nothing had happened. After the guests were stunned for a while, they found that there was no action in the Shian snake mansion, thinking that this was an established process, and Amon was also regarded as an old monster hidden in the sky snake mansion. They all lamented that it was indeed the largest force in the heavenly serpent kingdom, but there was such a terrifying person. Judging from the mysterious methods just now, this was at least a high-level Daozang, not even a strong Daozang. Impossible. There was a look of fear on Kinglin's little face. She was kidnapped from the Moti mercenary group by people from the Shianshi mansion. She finally adapted to the new environment. She initially believed that the people around her had no ill intentions toward her, and she felt at ease. As a result, it had only been a few days of peace of mind, and it was robbed again. With a mentee in his hands, Kinglin calmly did not struggle or speak, and looked around with a pair of emerald green eyes. Amon was taking her through the void, and all she could see were blocks of various rich colors, distributed around her in a twisted and messy way without any sense of order or beauty. In just a few minutes, Amon took her back to Central Continent. The location where they came out of the void was in a small city in the northwest of Central Continent called 9 Section City. Amon put Kinglin down, and the latter timidly looked at the young man in front of him with a smile on his face, and asked, "Why are you catching me? Do you think I have bad intentions?" Amon showed a kind smile. Kinglin nodded, like Amon's smile faded slightly. "Congratulations, you got the answer right." He spread his soul power. This time, he was not as showy as he was in the underground world. When conducting exploration, his soul power was very restrained, so the exploration distance was greatly shortened. Not far from Jiuduan City is Jiuxiu Mountain, a mountain range that has existed for a very long time. Amon's soul power encountered many obstacles when inspecting this mountain range. In several places, the soul power feedback was vague, as if it was blocked by something, forming black boxes. It doesn't take much thinking. There's definitely something weird about these places. Amon took Kinglin to explore these places one by one. After entering the black box, the situation inside becomes clear. It is either a relic left by the predecessors or a naturally formed special zone. When she was about to explore the fourth black box, the petal-like pattern in Kinglin's eyes rotated involuntarily, and she vaguely heard some mysterious call. "Looks like I found it." Amon adjusted his monocle and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Following the call, they came to a peak. The peak was not very high. What was strange was that one side of the peak was densely covered with ridges. 3 of them were very clear, while 6 others were less obvious. This is the skeleton of the mutated 9-headed ancient celestial snake. This is not within the area of the previously discovered information black box. Rather, he thought that there was no abnormality that had been ignored. Without Kinglin's guidance, he would probably miss it. Amon's soul power swept across, and when he was so concentrated, he only vaguely found a trace of incongruity. There was a special, weak, but very solid force swimming back and forth between the ridges. This energy is scattered among all the ridges, and is not aggregated into one piece. Kinglin still couldn't control her eyes freely, and her eyes spontaneously responded to the call of mysterious power. The energy scattered in the ridge gathered together, and a snake's whole body exuding a ferocious, bloodthirsty, and terrifying aura appeared from the mountain peak. The huge shadow flashed away, turning into a stream of light, and shooting towards Kinglin. Amon stretched out his hand to intercept it. The mutated ancient serpent's soul struggled in Amon's hands, but to no avail. Even if it is still alive, it doesn't have much power to resist in front of a 9-star fighting saint, not to mention that there is only an incomplete soul left. After collecting the soul of the ancient celestial snake, Amon smiled and took out an 8th order 9 nether earth python that was parasitized by a spiritual insect from the Lee line of the underworld snake that he had sealed and swallowed into his body. Use your eyes to control it. I've done some processing on it, and now it can't resist your eyes. This is the reward, King. Lin ignorantly used the green snake's 3 flowered pupils to establish contact with the 9 netherworld python. In fact, she did not control this 8th level monster at all, but Amon, who was parasitizing it, pretended to be controlled. After getting what he wanted, Amon sent Kinglin back. Looking at Kinglin, who suddenly came back, everyone in the Cheyenne Snake Mansion looked particularly excited. The Lord of the Heavenly Snake Mansion couldn't help but ask aloud, who is that mysterious man? What did he do to you? I don't know him. He didn't do anything to me. He just used my eyes to help him find something. Kinglin didn't hide anything and answered, what? Kinglin thought about it for a moment and organized a verbal response. He took me to a mountain range. The mountain seemed to be the corpse of a very large snake. There was an inexplicable connection between the corpse and my eyes. I called out the soul inside, and his target was that soul. That soul gave me a very ancient and ferocious feeling. A corpse as huge as a mountain? An ancient and vicious soul? Is there an inexplicable connection with bee snake and 3 flower pupils? Lumen seemed to have thought of something, and took out a painting from the ring. Do you think it's a snake like this? The monster in the painting is clearly the ancient celestial snake. Kinglin nodded. It's very similar, but the one I met has 9 heads. 9 heads? The Lord of the Sky Snake Mansion and the elders all looked puzzled. Chapter 510-4. Moving the entire Hade snake vein was also a great burden for Amon, so after getting the incomplete soul of the 9-headed ancient sky snake, he prepared to open up a space in the void near the northern continent and put the Hade snake vein in it. This is a huge project, even for Amon, who is already a 9-star Dao Sheng. In the boundless void, various energies surged disorderly, forming gusts of strong winds. Some strong winds even required Dao Zunstrongman to retreat. Amon floated quietly in the void with a serious face. He pinched the crystal monocle on his right eye and said solemnly, there must be heaven and earth. A pure light bloomed on the monocle, shining like starlight, and the disordered energy began to become orderly under the illumination of this beam of light. Amon opened his arms and suddenly closed them, clasping his thumbs with his thumbs and his forefingers with his palms. His arms were shaking constantly, as if it was very difficult for him to make this move. As time went by, his arms gradually regained stability, and his clasped hands slowly separated. A silver white ball the size of a ping pong ball that flowed like mercury and jumped like a flame appeared in his palm. Amon carefully held the silver ball with his right hand, raised it diagonally above his head, and then suddenly swung it down. The silver white ball streaked across the void as fast as a meteor, dragging a comet tail composed of stardust behind it. After flying for a distance, the silver white ball suddenly exploded and quickly expanded into a huge, slightly illusory and transparent sphere. The surrounding energy poured in quickly, making the volume of the sphere larger and larger. When it grew to a certain limit, the edge suddenly began to break and collapse, and there was a tendency to shrink again, or even collapse. The silver white flame emerged from his hand and quickly burned the entire space. barrier under the burning of the silver-white flame, the tendency of space to break and collapse was alleviated and gradually stabilized. When you reach the Daosheng level, you can open up space. But the space Amon created is too large, so it sacrifices a certain degree of stability, so it needs the help of space fire. To maintain it. Under the burning of space fire, the space barrier will become stronger and stronger, and the space inside will become more and more solid. This will take a long time. Amon kept the largest space fire in the hand of the main body, and let it maintain this space all the time. Then, he transferred the Hade snake vein contained in his body to this newly opened space. Amon did not leave immediately, and there were still some hidden dangers to deal with. Without the blessing of the main body's power, the space fire can only barely maintain the stability of the newly opened space, and cannot imprison the 8th level monsters inside, and cannot prevent them from tearing the space away. So he directly used the soul devouring talent and the secret art of merging dragons to eat them all. After the main body reached the 9-star Daosheng, he was able to directly extract the origin and the soul body and separate it from the will to a certain extent. However, this method of directly extracting the origin leaves more impurities, which is more likely to affect the spirit than the pure origin of the soul palace. Of course, impurities exist and can be eliminated, as long as you don't swallow them randomly and mix too many different spirits. Amon has dozens of 1000-level clones, although these clones have lost some of their innate abilities due to the secret art of dragon fusion, and can no longer parasitize or aggregate. They can effectively make up for the current shortage of manpower. Some clones stayed in the management space of the nether snake vein, some went to the Jayamar Empire to obey Wu Meng's command and help the Zhao family develop, and some were given instructions to act at will to explore different places such as Zhangzhou and the southern continent to find possible opportunities that were not mentioned in the original book. It has been a month since she got the wrangling pill. Kaylin solved the problem of the soul with it, and her strength naturally broke through to the 2-star Daozang. Under the influence of the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, when she was thinking about who to have a baby, Xiao Yan's handsome face popped up in her mind. Damn, why did I think of him? Kaylin gritted her teeth. But who else should she look for if not him? She recalled the men she had met. The chief commander of her tribe, Mo Du, Mo Bays, Yan Ci, He Bodong, Jia Xingshan, Yunshan. After thinking about it, it seems that Xiao Yan is the one who is most in tune with her. She took a deep breath, made a decision, and walked out of the room. Balin lazily perched on a stone step to bask in the sun. Huang Tao has not left since he occupied the temple of the Mo family. She knew very well the attitude of the Mo family towards her as a guide, and they wanted to drink their blood and eat their flesh, so she didn't dare to wander around the city and stayed next to the temple, doing nothing all day. It's not that she is lazy and doesn't want to practice, but she is worried that Huang Tao will leave without notifying her and abandon her. If that happens, she will be dead. Seeing Kaylin walking towards the hall, she came over curiously. Why are you looking for him? Kaylin glanced at her and said unhappily, give birth. Oh, so it didn't work last time. Didn't he say that he found a secret method that can help fertility from the treasure house of the Mo family? Balin continued to ask. Kaylin ignored this guy who was talking about something irrelevant and walked straight to the main hall. When she opened the heavy stone door of the main hall, a strong medicinal fragrance hit her face. The medicine cauldron formed by the golden flame was suspended in the center of the hall, emitting amazing heat. Huang Tao sat on the throne, his left leg resting on his right leg, his right elbow resting on the armrest to support his head, and his eyes closed. After noticing Kaylin's arrival, he slowly opened his tightly closed eyes and smiled. It seems that you have made a decision, Kaylin said and then asked curiously, are you refining medicine? Isn't it obvious? Huang Tao was indeed refining medicine, refining some low-level pills to practice. His spirit was connected to the various strange fires Amon and the fire cauldron, and he could really feel the subtle changes in every step of refining medicine. Therefore, refining medicine with strange fires was no different from refining medicine himself. He added, 8th level pills are not so easy to refine, not to mention that they have to be upgraded to 9th level. I have to prepare well. Is there anyone who refines medicine like you? Although I'm not a pharmacist, I don't know any common sense. Kaylin was skeptical of what Huang Tao said. She thought for a moment and said, last time, I had just experienced the pain of genocide. When I suddenly heard your plan, I was overwhelmed. I have calmed down now. It doesn't matter if you don't want to have a child. Just change someone else. Balin seems to be interested. You can ask her. Huang Tao said calmly, still smiling faintly. Kaylin shook her head. No, I mean, can you please prove that you have the ability to implement the plan you mentioned, even if it's one level lower? An 8th level beast soul and an 8th grade elixir will do. My body is a 7-colored swallowing sky python. The blood of both parents will also affect the child's future qualifications. For Medusa, the influence from the mother's blood is particularly important. This is simple. Huang Tao took out a soul body wrapped in grey and black chains. An ancient, crazy, and fierce breath rushed towards Kaylin, making her face pale and couldn't help but take a few steps back. In the original work, even Xiao Yan, who was in the Daozun period, was very afraid of the sky snake soul possessed by King Lin, not to mention Kaylin, who was only Daozun at this time point, even though it was sealed by Amon. Even though he knew that Huang Tao could control it well, the ferocity still frightened Kaylin. This is the soul of a mutated ancient sky snake. Preliminary estimates show that it should have reached the 9th level when it was alive. I have completed the defects in its soul. I think this will be a beast soul that meets the requirements. Huang Tao explained slowly. 9th rank ancient sky snake. Kaylin's heart was shaken. This could be said to be a perfect beast soul. What Queen Medusa will evolve into has a lot to do with the beast soul injected into her body when she was just born. She will often randomly return to her ancestral bloodline and become one of the ancestors of that magic beast. If the magic beast soul with the oldest and purest bloodline, such as the ancient sky snake, is integrated, then after evolution, it must be the ancient sky snake. A magic beast overlord as famous as the Texu ancient dragon and the ancient sky phoenix. When Kaylin saw this soul body, she made up her mind that she would give birth to this child. Before Kaylin's excitement had subsided, Huang Tao took out the soul bodies of Yao Ming, Yao Zhaoshan, and the Great Elder, who were also bound by black and grey chains. These are the souls of the 3 Dao Shengs of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. They were specially hunted in Zhangzhou before. Although they are inferior in bloodline, they are still pretty good. Kaylin felt the oppression from the 3 souls, and the shock she felt in her heart was no less than when she saw the mutated ancient sky snake soul just now. She grasped the keywords in this sentence, specially went to Zhangzhou to hunt. What does this mean? It means that Huang Tao is not only a Daozun, but also a Daosheng, and is the strongest who is sure to kill other Daoshengs. She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Now that Dowdy has become an illusory legend, this strong man who stands at the top of the continent is actually standing in front of her at the same time. Her inner awe of Huang Tao has also increased. Kaylin took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement in her heart, and her expression was a little more restrained. As for Daozun, she thought that she could achieve it in the future with her evolved talent, but Daosheng, that is a completely different level. Kaylin came back to her senses from the extreme shock and suddenly found a problem. There are 4 9th level beast souls. Her expression couldn't help but be a little dull. Chapter 511. I want to give you a child. Kaylin stretched out 4 fingers and said blankly, 4, Kaylin, is this the help you mentioned before? Give me a secret that allows me to selectively control the number of children I have. Kaylin thought for a while and agreed. She couldn't bear to part with the souls of the 4 9th level monsters. Take me to Cannon College. Worried that Huang Tao didn't know where Cannon College was, she added, Cannon College in Black Corner territory. Okay. Huang Tao took a step forward, grabbed Kaylin's shoulder with his left hand, and drew a stroke on the void with his right hand. Silver white flames surged, and a temporary space wormhole was constructed. He took Kaylin in and quickly walked in. Traveling between voids when Amon's true form brought color scale to the northern continent, she passed out, so she did not experience the feeling of traveling in the void point, looking at the darkness around her and the richly colored mottled light and shadow that quickly flashed by. She felt particularly novel point in the deep mountains behind the inner courtyard of Cannon College, accompanied by a faint thunder and the faint sound of wind and thunder. A handsome young man walked through the swamp as fast as lightning point. He stepped on the liquid-like surface of the swamp, but only left shallow traces on the mud point. A first-level monster, a swamp fish, suddenly jumped out of the dark green swamp with a rotten smell point. This is a kind of monster that likes to hide in loose mud and sneak up on passing prey. It is quite large, about 6 meters long, and its big mouth is expected to be as big as 1/3 of its body point. It opened its mouth wide and bit at the boy, who was walking through the swamp on his feet point. There was no trace of panic on the young man's face, and he smoothly drew an arc to avoid the attack of the mudfish point. The huge mudfish fell into the mud and took a mouthful of mud. When it fell into the marsh, it also splashed a lot of soft mud point. These dark green mud spots splashed in all directions, but he was dodged by the young man one by one. When he came to a high ground, his plain white clothes were still spotless. 3,000 thunder movements is indeed an earth level movement technique. It is indeed different. Xiao Yan sensed the fighting energy in his body. The consumption was a bit large, but it was within an acceptable range point. He just upgraded 1 star not long ago and is now an 8-star fighting spirit. After improving his fighting ki cultivation, it has become a fixed process in his cultivation to go to the mountains to practice fighting skills, consolidate his cultivation, and lay a solid foundation point. The spirit body transformed from the medicine dust appeared behind him and said, 3,000 thunder movements is not easy to get started with, and even the core disciples of Fenglai Pavilion cannot easily comprehend the hint of wind and thunder. Without the help of geographical advantages, thanks to Monkey King, the thunderbolt flash he taught you before gave you a good foundation for learning this movement and allowed you to skip this most difficult step. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded. He was also very grateful to the ape man and wanted to do something for him, but he seemed to have no demands. His biggest wish was to pass on the thunder flash to his descendants. In this regard, Xiao Yan could only pretend to be deaf and dumb, which he really couldn't do in a short time. It's almost time to go back. He picked up 3,000 thunderbolts and rushed towards the valley where the Monkey King lived point. After arriving at the valley, the snow demon Sky Ape looked at Xiao Yan, who had returned, scratched his head, and showed a somewhat honest smile point. Xiao Yan nodded to it, cut off a large piece of meat from a 3rd level tiger-shaped monster it had captured, and then walked deeper into the valley point. The advantage of practicing here is that you can let Mr. Yu be your sparring partner at any time. In exchange, Xiao Yan takes on the task of cooking point. Long-term experience has made him very good in barbecue skills. Simple ingredients can also bring out delicious flavors. Monkey King is full of praise for this. Xiao Yan set up the barbecue grill, greased the surface of the iron frame, and placed the meat pieces on it. Emerald green flames appeared on his hand, and with a flick of his finger, the flames floated to the bottom of the shelf point. He used the method of refining medicine and the power of his soul to accurately control the temperature of the flame, and even allowed different parts of the ingredients to be roasted by the flame of different temperatures. Barbecue, I'm a professional. Xiao Yan thought quite proudly. A crack appeared in the sky, and silver flames surged out, burning the crack bigger and bigger. Huang Tao, who had chestnut hair, blue eyes, a suit of armor, and a dark red cloak behind him, walked out with colorful scales. I will wait for you here for a month. 1 month will be enough for you to get things done, Huang Tao said calmly. That's enough, Huang Tao warned again. Well, if you want to enjoy it for a while, I don't mind waiting. Don't forget to use the secret method. Remember, you need 4. Of course, more is fine. Multiple children, multiple guarantees. In terms of resources, it's hard to find the souls of 9th level snake monsters, but there are plenty of 8th level souls. Lin's face turned dark, and she didn't say much. She just said, I'm going to find him. Immediately, he quickly flew away into the distance. Xiao Yan finished roasting the meat, but when he saw that Lord Ape still hadn't come back, he took out a medicine cauldron and put the roasted meat in at point. Unable to help Monkey achieve his wish, he had to try his best to eat. Point. He looked towards the entrance of the cave and muttered, "Why hasn't Mr. 8 come back yet? Isn't he competing with another fish for wits and courage?" "Yayo." Chen's smiling voice sounded in his heart. "Maybe all the bait it brought will be eaten up, and it won't be able to catch a fish for once or twice." A wide river flows quietly between the mountains and rivers, with microwaves on the water. On one side of the river, on a high cliff dozens of meters away from the water, a brown-haired monkey wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat, with a crystal monocle on his right eye, sat quietly, holding a rail-long fishing rod. Point. A thin line hangs from the fishing rod and extends into the slightly rippling river. A crack suddenly appeared in the void next to it, and Huang Tao walked out of it. "You are quite leisurely," Huang Tao said with a smile. "In the absence of specific instructions from the main body, just follow your own personality. There is no need to be too tired." Monkey King responded. "Did you catch anything?" Huang Tao looked at the empty fish basket next to him. "The bait has been put down, and it's up to you whether you catch or not. If you really don't want to get nothing, you can force the fish to bite the hook." Monkey King suddenly used his fighting spirit to control the empty fish hook, hooked the mouth of a swimming fish, swung the fishing rod, and caught it. Point. Medusa stopped at the entrance of the Snow Demon Sky Ape's cave and hesitated. Point. The Snow Demon Sky Ape originally wanted to drive her away, but after looking into those cold snake eyes, he froze on the spot. The dual pressure of fighting spirit and blood made him dare not resist, and he retreated to the side very obediently. Although the two are not the same type of monsters, when their blood levels are too different and their strengths are too different, the weaker monsters will often succumb to the higher ones. Kalen continued to move forward. Zhao Yan frowned. He suddenly felt that there were inexplicable sights coming from all directions, as if there were unknown creatures staring at him everywhere, in the air, in the dust, and on the rock walls of the cave. "Teacher, did you sense anything?" "Yayo." Chen shook his head. With his soul level, he could actually sense the Amon in the air, but due to the interference of the Amon parasitizing in his soul, he would subconsciously ignore some things when he didn't get an answer. Zhao Yan scratched his head in confusion and stopped thinking about it. Point. Since a teacher didn't remind him, it shouldn't be a big problem, otherwise he would have spoken out long ago. Point. At this moment, he suddenly noticed an enchanting figure standing at the entrance of the cave, with gorgeous and delicate facial features, a curvy figure, and eyes that were filled with eyes that made people unable to take their eyes away. "Queen Medusa." Zhao Yan immediately became alert, took a step back unconsciously, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just call me Kalen. Isn't this the name you gave me?" Kalen said softly. "Ah, you a colorful sky swallowing python?" "No, that's not right." Zhao Yan looked strange. Queen Medusa's gentle look made him particularly uncomfortable. "Just think of me as her. So, you are Queen Medusa?" Zhao Yan complained in his heart, but did not say it out loud. Point. He said, "What exactly do you want to do? Am I beautiful?" The colorful scales and red lips were slightly opened, and she said with a hint of charm. Zhao Yan was agitated and became more vigilant. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with Queen Medusa like this. He found that the other party didn't seem to have any hostility, so he relaxed a little, looked her over a few times, and it was difficult to say anything against his will. He nodded honestly and said, "Beautiful." After a pause, he continued, "You came over suddenly, didn't you just ask such a boring question?" "Of course not." Kalen shook his head, suddenly flashed in front of Zhao Yan, raised his chin with his right hand, brought his face close, and said softly, "Let me give you a child." Zhao Yan was stunned, his eyes widened, and he looked dumbfounded. At such a close distance, he could even smell the fragrance on the other person's body, and feel the warm breath exhaled when the other person spoke and breathed. He stomped back a few steps, stretched out his right index finger with a horrified expression, and could hardly speak. You. After stammering for a long time, he finally said, "What's wrong with you?" Lin's forehead jumped. She suppressed the trace of anger in her heart and said softly, "I don't need you to take responsibility. I just need a child. I'm serious. Among the men I know, after much thought, you are the most suitable." Maybe it is also influenced by the will of the colorful sky swallowing python. Zao. Yan swallowed his saliva and his body reacted instinctively. It would take a lot of concentration to stay rational under such temptation. Kaylin smiled slightly and stepped forward slowly. You just need to enjoy the pleasure and leave the rest to me. Although she said so, Kaylin was also very nervous in her heart. She just pretended not to care about it, but she was actually very conservative. Otherwise, in the original work, she would not have complicated retribution to Zhao Yan for losing her virginity to him. The relationship is about to kill, but it ends midway. Many times the rustling sound of undressing resounded in the silent cave. Chapter 512 Help. Zhao Yan suddenly thought of Zuna, Zhao Meng, and the promise he had made in front of them, that he would never mess with women in the future. He calmed down and finally broke free from the shackles of beauty. He yelled, "Stop, Kay." Lin stopped taking off her clothes. She looked at Zhao Yan with a charming and resentful look, pursed her lips, and looked like an angry little daughter-in-law. Looking at the pitiful Kaylin, Zhao Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he still used his firm will to defeat his impulse. If a person cannot restrain his desires, what is the difference between him and a beast? Zhao Yan was determined, and said in a cold, emotionless voice, although I don't know what you are thinking, I will never break my promise to Zuna. If you want to have a child, please find someone else. I really can't do this. Kay. Lin pulled up her clothes again, tied them up, and her fists stiffened unconsciously. Are you sure, Zhao? Yan heard the unkindness in her tone, jumped far away from the ground, put his hands on his chest, and looked wary. If you have a brain illness, go see a doctor. Don't come to me. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. The tenderness on Kaylin's face finally faded away, replaced by a look of coldness. Am I so despised by others, Zhao? Yan heard the self-deprecation in her tone, and felt a little sorry, but still said firmly, I have my principles. Haha, I'm so humble. Man, you really don't know what's good or bad. Kaylin's eyes turned into snake-like vertical pupils. Looking at Zhao Yan coldly, she said in a firm and affirmative tone, don't even think about running away today. I'm going to fix you, whether you like it or not. In short, I have to tie you to the bed, even if I use force. Zhao Yan was startled, and said with a horrified look on his face, sister, you don't have to be so persistent, right? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but you're still afraid of not finding a two-legged man? With your conditions, there aren't a lot of people out there who want to fall in love with you? Do you really want to fight me to the death? Do you think I'm such a casual woman? But I'm not such a casual man. Kay. Lin's guard was a little broken, and she gritted her teeth and said, fuck, you are still not a man. I have sent you to your door, and I don't want you to be responsible. I will go on my own. When it is over, you take your Yangwan road, and I will cross my single plank bridge. Zhao Yan was a little impatient by her, and pushed the needle back. Don't feel too good about yourself. He Yuan won't even look at you if you look like this. Kay. Lin was furious, and took a step forward. Dao Zong's momentum was released without any concealment, pressing towards Zhao Yan. Damn it, this crazy woman really wants to use force. Zhao Yan was frightened and said quickly, I'm warning you, don't come here again. Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Kay. Lin remained unmoved and walked forward step by step. Zhao Yan opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs, rape, help, help, someone is going to die. Kay. Lin was stunned by Zhao Yan's method. She was stunned for a moment, and looked at him angrily and amusedly. At this moment, a faint sigh sounded, and Yao Chen's soul appeared behind Zhao Yan. Teacher, you are finally out. Help me deal with this crazy woman. Zhao Yan said in surprise. He had contacted Yao Chen in his mind just now, but he had not received a response. He felt that this old and disrespectful guy was probably watching the fun. So I used practical actions to resolutely express my resistance. A solemn look appeared on Kaylin's face, and she said in a low voice, old guy, you're still relying on this guy. Are you going to stop me this time? I'm not killing him this time, and there's no harm to him. Others can't take advantage of this. Yao Chen said leisurely, so I just watched, and didn't come out to cause trouble. I'm happy to see the two of you unite. After all, more children means more blessings, teacher. Zhao Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't hear the words many children, many blessings now, and he felt dizzy when he heard it. So, you agree? Kalen raised an eyebrow point. Yao Chen shook his head. No, if you can get him to agree half-heartedly, that would be a good thing, but, he yelled and resisted so much regardless of his image. As a teacher, I can't watch him being forced to do something he doesn't want to do. As he said that, he glanced at Zhao Yan, who scratched his head and showed a sly smile. Kalen clenched her fists, her breath rising and falling. Hey, I don't want to embarrass you. How about you leave on your own? Besides, I haven't left yet, old man. You don't want me to watch you do that, right? Yao Chen showed a narrow smile. Kalen's face changed again and again, and she said angrily, okay, I'm leaving. I'm considered a bitch. After saying that, she left the cave with red eyes. Zhao Yan saw her aggrieved expression of wanting to cry, but trying hard to endure it, and her helpless and hesitant look. Suddenly, his heart twitched, and he stretched out his right hand to hold something, and opened his mouth, but he could not say any words to save her. Alas. He lowered his outstretched right hand and let out a long sigh. Teacher, did I do something wrong? Yao Chen shook his head and said, why do you refuse? Once Queen Medusa falls in love with someone, she will never change until death. Why do you have to push away such a beautiful woman who throws herself into your arms? Zhao Yan found a stone to sit on and answered softly, because of the promise. I promised Zuna. Yan was an accident, otherwise I wouldn't. He changed the subject and asked, teacher, do you think Queen Medusa is very wrong like this? Yao Chen rolled his eyes. Nonsense, isn't it obvious? She said from the beginning that she wanted to have a child with you. She was so urgent, which means she had a reason to do so. Maybe she is going to do something dangerous, which may endanger her life, and she doesn't want to leave any regrets. So she asked you to leave her offspring, or she was forced to inherit the bloodline of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, but she still has a certain degree of autonomy in her choice. In short, no matter what the situation is, she chose you, which means that she is probably interested in you. I saw that when she used her Dao Ki just now, she was not as slow as before. It should have merged with the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python and was affected. Zhao Yan recalled the scenes when he was with the sky-swallowing python before. The 7-colored little snake looked at him with its cute big eyes and asked him for the companion purple crystal source. When he got up in the morning, it came to him and rubbed his head against his cheek. When he went to the mountains to look for medicinal herbs, it transformed into a giant python to help drive away the monsters. And then turned back into a little snake and swung its tail to ask for credit from him. Zhao Yan suddenly felt particularly reluctant and supported his forehead with his hands in a somewhat dejected manner, muttering, Kalen, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. Many children, many blessings. Kalen walked in the forest in a daze, with mixed feelings. Could it be that she really just found a wild man? That would be too casual, right? At this time, a brown ape carrying a fish basket and a long fishing rod on its right shoulder passed by Kalen. Its fish basket was empty. It had used cheating methods to hook a few fish, but they were stolen by Huang Tao, who had no moral integrity and relied on his higher cultivation. Kalen's eyebrows moved, and she recognized the other party's race. This is not an ordinary ape. This is a ape with ancient blood. It seems that it also has a special experience. However, although the blood is special, it is still a ape. The ape glanced at Kalen, but did not look at her again, and walked forward on his own. Kalen had prepared to dig out the monkey brain as a snack if the ape was in heat with her, but it didn't even look at her. In her mind, Zhao Yan's words just now came to her. Yuan won't even look at you. It turns out that it's not an exaggerated rhetoric. Kalen's thoughts became more complicated. Thousands of words came together, and only one word could express her mood at the moment. Fuck. 1 or 2. Are they all sick? When did I become a woman who was despised by others? She walked to a pond in a daze and looked at her reflection. The reflected face was still beautiful, still gorgeous and moving. It turned out that it wasn't me who had the problem. She sighed in her heart, not knowing what to do next. You seem to be troubled. A charming voice sounded from behind her. Who? Kaylin turned her head. Her eyes alert. A girl in a black dress, with a beautiful appearance, a pair of eyes as deep as the night, and as bright as the stars, came into her sight. Ah. You. Xiao Meng. Kaylin's eyebrows moved. She knew a little about this so-called maid of Xiao Yan. Xiao Meng didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the point. Do you want to have a child for Master Xiao Yan? What? Do you want to say, I can help you make Master Xiao Yan change his mind? He will refuse, but it's just because of his promise to Miss Zuna. We can. Hey, do you really think I can come and go at will? Am I a slut? Kaylin sneered and said coldly. Before listening to the end point, Xiao Meng's mouth curled up a smile, and his eyes were deep. You need a child for some reason, right? Because of the influence of the soul of the sky-swallowing python, Master Xiao Yan is probably the most suitable target for you. Having a child is not a one-person thing. It always requires a target. Since you are angry with Xiao Yan because of the previous things, then use some tricks. Don't let him know it's you. Don't let him know that he has a child wandering outside. Wait a few dozen days and let the children find him by themselves. By then, he will definitely regret it and blame himself very much. How to do it? Kaylin has no other goal and doesn't want to look for Xiao Yan again, mainly because she can't save face. If Xiao Yan doesn't know, she is willing to give it a try. We need the assistance of a professional. Xiao Meng smiled and turned sideways to look behind. The ape came out and raised his right hand to pinch his glasses, but stopped halfway. In order to prevent Kaylin from associating him with Huang Tao, he deliberately didn't wear a single lens. You? Kaylin looked at the ape. That impressed her with some surprise. The ape nodded. I'm half of Xiao Yan's master. He promised to create me and teach his fighting skills to pass on to his descendants, but he has been delaying. It's been more than a year, almost 2 years, and there is still no movement. Alas, it's really worrying. Doesn't he know that having many children means more blessings? Kaylin was stunned. She remembered the strange expression on Xiao Yan's face when he heard the soul body say the 4 words many children mean more blessings, and suddenly laughed out loud. So this is the root cause. The ape showed a somewhat obscene smile on his face and talked about his plan. It's very simple. Just feed him a lust fruit, and when he is confused, he will not refuse, even if you put a female gorilla there. Master Xiao Yan is an alchemist. Will he be so easily fooled? Xiao Meng asked on behalf of Kaylin. Alchemists also have their limits. As long as the lust fruit he eats is of high enough grade, it will be fine. The ape was confident. The lust fruit is a kind of medicinal material that has the effect of stimulating lust and hallucinogenic effects. It has no fixed grade and will increase its efficacy with the increase of years. It will not be graded within 1,000 years, and the grade will be upgraded every 1,000 years. I have a lust fruit that is more than 8,000 years old. This is a treasure that I finally got. The ape took out a baby fist-sized pink fruit shaped like a peach as a show-off point. As soon as the medicinal material was taken out, Kaylin felt an unbearable itching on her body. Her face changed slightly, and she used Dao Qi to isolate the smell, but it didn't seem to work very well. She used the power of space again to distort the space around her, and then she felt much better. Kaylin said with a twitch in her mouth, is this medicine too strong? This medicine will affect even the 8th level monster. Don't worry, I know my limits. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the ape. The next day, Xiao Yan went to the swamp to practice 3,000 thunders as usual. He felt that he was getting more and more adept at controlling his Dao Qi, and soon he would be able to do it completely freely. He could almost consider returning to the academy and continuing to go to the Xianfen refining Qi Tower to retreat and improve his Dao Qi cultivation. When he left, Xiao Meng came to the cave, set up an iron pot, and started cooking food. She added all kinds of strong and pungent seasonings to cover the taste of the desire fruit. Xiao Meng did not put the whole desire fruit in, but only used some water that had been soaked in the desire fruit. It was enough to deal with Xiao Yan, who was only at the Dowling level now. Put more. The Ape King pointed at the side. It wanted to throw some desire fruit flesh in. Many children, more blessings. Many children, more blessings. Xiao Meng rolled her eyes and ignored it. In the curling green smoke, a pot of thick soup mixed with salamander eyes, lizard tails, snail tentacles, earthworm skins, centipede shells, and spider legs was ready. Kaylin looked at what Xiao Meng had made, her face pale, and she couldn't help asking, is this thing really edible? Aren't you the sky swallowing python that claims to be able to swallow the sky and eat the earth? What can't be eaten? Xiao Meng stirred the pot with a long-handled soup spoon. Kaylin's mouth twitched, and she couldn't control her facial muscles. This is different. Xiao Meng smiled. This is a tonic soup. These ingredients are not easy to find. Master Xiao Yan will definitely like it. I don't think so. Kaylin thought silently, but didn't say it out loud. In the evening, Xiao Yan returned as usual. Before entering the cave, he smelled a strong fragrance, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ape Lord doesn't know how to cook. Entering the cave, he saw Xiao Meng looking at him with a smile, with a look of surprise on her face. Xiao Meng, how did you find this place? Xiao Meng smiled and said, Miss Zuna also knows you are here, but we have not come to disturb you. By the way, Master Xiao Yan, you should have almost used up your fire energy, right? I'll give you mine. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. No need, Xiao Meng, I can earn it myself. I'm a pharmacist. I can make money quickly by refining some pills and selling them. Xiao Meng stuffed her fire energy card into his hand without saying anything. Don't refuse, master, just practice with peace of mind. If you refine pills, you have to consider the issue of sales, and there are a lot of troubles in the middle. I don't want to arrange these for you. It's easier to play in the arena. It's easy to earn fire energy in the arena, generally speaking. As long as you can win, you can earn. But for me, because I'm too strong, few people are willing to play with me. Xiao Meng shrugged. If no one is willing to fight, there will be no profit. Xiao Yang understood what she meant, and looked at the fire energy card with a hesitant expression on his face. Then, these, Xiao Meng said with a smile. Do you still remember classmate Zhao Mingru? Xiao Yan nodded. He was very impressed with Zhao Mingru. He felt that he probably couldn't beat him without King Meng's use of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. He was so stubborn that he dared to compete with me, and he seemed to like to go to the mountains to dig for treasures and earn a lot of fire energy by handing in medicinal materials. I won half of his fire energy. Xiao Meng said with an unchanged smile. Xiao Yan silently thanked Zhao Mingru for his friendly sponsorship in his heart. Master, I made soup for you. Xiao Meng chatted for a long time, and finally got to the point. Okay, let me try it. Xiao Meng, have you improved your skills now? Xiao Yan smiled. Xiao Meng enthusiastically lifted the lid of the pot, and a stronger aroma came out of the pot, making people's mouths water. However, when Xiao Yan saw the ingredients in the pot, his face turned green, and he asked with a twitching mouth, what are these things? Salamander eyes, lizard tails, snail tentacles, earthworm skins. Every time Xiao Meng said one, the smile on Xiao Yan's face stiffened a little. When Xiao Meng served a large bowl to him, he hesitated for a long time before taking it, showing a look of fearlessness after tasting it. He found that it was not bad. If he hadn't seen the raw materials, he would have enjoyed it as a delicacy, but now, of course, he declined. In front of Xiao Meng, he was embarrassed not to eat, holding his breath and eating it all in one breath at the fastest speed. The effect of the medicine gradually took effect. Xiao Yan felt hot all over, his face flushed, and he looked at Xiao Meng unconsciously, only to find that a smell was particularly tempting. Xiao Meng, you. Xiao Yan gradually lost his mind. Xiao Meng took the initiative to hold Xiao Yan's palm, and a faint starlight flashed, sealing the bone inflammation ring he was wearing. Yao Chen looked at the starlight emerging in the dark space in the ring, smiled and shook his head, making a tsk sound. Zhao Meng, you smell so good. Your hand, so soft. Zhao Yan's consciousness gradually blurred, and he uttered a barely detectable murmur. He vaguely felt that the soft and boneless little hand he was holding was pulled away. Then, a pair of hands pushed his shoulders. This force made him retreat and fall to the ground, with a hint of coldness on his back. His body moved with instinct. The sound of body collisions rang out in the cave. And the moans that were sometimes high and sometimes low, with pain and pleasure coexisting. Chapter 514. Zhao Meng leaves. When Zhao Yan regained consciousness and woke up, he found himself naked, and his desire had not completely subsided. He had already realized what had happened. He had felt the same way in the Monster Mountain range before, but this time it was more vague, and he only vaguely sensed the pleasure that made him want to sink. He looked at Zhao Meng, who was standing aside with a spring in her eyes, a blush on her face, and slightly messy clothes, and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He wanted to continue, but seeing Zhao Meng's evasive eyes, he suppressed the remaining desire. After taking a deep breath, he said with a bit of laughter, "Was it the dead monkey's idea?" "That's right, it was it, and everything was blamed on it." Zhao Meng nodded and said softly, "Master Zhao Yan, keep working hard. Zhao Meng will leave first." As she said that, she walked out of the cave. Looking at her back as she walked away, Zhao Yan wanted to keep her, but in the end he didn't speak. Zhao Yan used a bucket of cold water to calm himself down and calm his restlessness. Then he used the fire attribute of Dao Qi to dry his body and put on his clothes. At this time, the ape lord sneaked his head out of the cave in trance and saw Zhao Yan looking at him. He started with, "Many children, more blessings. Many children, more blessings." Zhao Yan's forehead jumped. He almost had a psychological shadow on this word. He wanted to be angry, but he didn't know where to get angry. Finally, he sighed and smiled bitterly. "Ape Lord, why are you doing this? Many children, more blessings. Many children, more blessings." The Ape Lord's answer was still those four words. Zhao Yan's face twitched. "Fuck, can't you talk properly?" The Ape Lord put away the slightly obscene smile on his face, raised his right hand, straightened his monocle, and said seriously, "You should thank me. Huh. Thank you for instigating Zhao Meng to do this." "She's leaving," the Ape Lord said in a low voice. "Leave." Zhao Yan repeated the word as if thinking of something. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said excitedly, "She is leaving? Where is she leaving? Isn't she going back to the inner courtyard?" The ape shook his head slightly. "Her family members are here, and she said she doesn't want to leave any regrets, because if she leaves, she may not be able to come back." "Where is she going now?" Zhao Yan asked quickly. The ape shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Zhao Meng. Zhao Yan rushed out of the cave in the valley like crazy, but he never found any trace of Zhao Meng. He was running around in the forest like a headless fly, trying to find Zhao Meng. "Oh, teacher. Let the teacher use the power of the soul to help find her." Zhao Yan thought of this and called Yao Chen in his heart, but there was no response. His expression changed, and he immediately stopped and raised his hand to look at the bone inflammation ring. Teacher. After not getting an answer, his heart gradually sank. What happened? He used the power of the soul to probe into the ring and saw a layer of barrier shining with starlight. Almost without hesitation, he used his soul power to attack the barrier. The barrier was not as strong as imagined and broke into pieces as soon as it was hit, but Zhao Yan himself also felt a splitting headache due to the shock from the impact, and his body staggered. Yao Chen looked at the broken barrier and whispered, "Is it over, teacher? Teacher, are you okay?" Zhao Yan's somewhat panicked voice came. I'm fine," Yao Chen said with a hint of doubt. I just contacted you, and you didn't respond." Zhao Yan explained. "It was your little maid who did it. She used a strange seal to seal the bone inflammation ring. Although the seal is not strong, I can't touch it. What if she thinks I'm peeping and gets shy after breaking it? Wouldn't that disturb your good things?" Yao Chen said with a smile. Zhao Yan ignored Yao Chen's teasing and said anxiously, "Teacher, please help me find Zhao Meng." "What happened to her?" "Ape Master said that Zhao Meng is leaving and will be picked up by her family. Even If she finds it, it won't change anything. Yeo Chen said in a low voice. At least I want to see her again. Yeo Chen nodded and responded. I'll try. As he spoke, his soul power spread out, scanning the surroundings inch by inch. After a long time, he shook his head. I didn't find it. Maybe the person who came to pick her up took her, torn through the space and left, tearing the space. Daozan strongman. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and shouted, Xiao Meng, wait for me. I will definitely find you. No matter whether Xiao Meng could hear it or not, he tried his best to use Dao Qi to spread his voice as much as possible, and repeated this sentence 3 times. The boy's resolute and powerful voice echoed in the mountains and forests. In the gap of the void, the silver-white flame burned, forming a shield with a diameter of 2 meters. Zhao Mingru and Xiao Meng stood in the shield, looking at the mountains and forests outside. Xiao Meng's eyes were dim, and she murmured reluctantly, Master Xiao Yan. Zhao Mingru smiled and said, your mission has come to an end for the time being. I will take care of the rest of the Canon Academy. Xiao Meng calmed down, and turned to look at the people around him. Why did it suddenly change? The previous plan was that I would give birth to a child for Master Xiao Yan. Why did it become Queen Medusa? I also want to give birth to a child for Master Xiao Yan. At the end, her tone became depressed. Zhao Mingru's expression was very strange. You are really crazy, and the child you give birth to will only be Amon. There will be no second possibility. Even if it is Amon, I want to. Xiao Meng stopped talking halfway, and then changed to a very disgusted tone and said, who wants that kind of naughty child? You and I are both Amon. Zhao Mingru complained in his heart, shrugged and responded, the plan will change according to the situation. Maybe the main body has discovered something else, and made changes to the plan. You can ask him later. The main body is here too? Xiao Meng raised his eyebrows, and said in a solemn tone, it seems that Queen Medusa's child, or Master Xiao Yan's child, is related to a very important part of his plan. That's right. I can let it go at ordinary times, but some key nodes still need to be paid enough attention. A peaceful voice suddenly sounded from behind them. A young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat walked over from the void. He smiled and nodded at Xiao Meng, praising, well done. Since Xiao Yan doesn't need me for the time being, where should I go now? Xiao Meng asked. Amon pinched his monocle and replied, you can go to Zhongsao to play by yourself, or go somewhere else. Stay away from the Blackhorn region and the northwest area of the continent. Chapter 515 White Phosphorus, 039, S Allegiance. On the top of the mountain, the clouds were hazy, and the water vapor filled the air, which would wet people's clothes in a short while. The mountains and forests below were looming in the mist, and a red sun emerged above the sea of clouds, shining with great brilliance. Huang Tao quietly admired this scene with a faint smile on his face. Kaylin walked slowly from behind him, with less coldness and more mature style. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious, just enjoy more pleasure, Huang Tao said with a smile. I'm afraid that this will make me sink. Let the hatred in my heart fade, and make me no longer have such a strong enterprising spirit. Kaylin's expression was complicated. She looked in a certain direction with nostalgia, and her eyes quickly became firm. Well, are you pregnant? Huang Tao asked. I have used a secret method to feel the rhythm of their lives. Kaylin's face showed a trace of tenderness. Then he looked at Huang Tao. Have you prepared your things? The heavenly snake blood coagulation pill that nourishes the fetus will lose its effect once the best time is missed. Don't worry, I attach no less importance to this point than you do. Let's go back to the White Snake tribe and wait. He grabbed Kaylin's shoulder and escaped into the void point. After arriving at the White Snake tribe, Huang Tao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have accidentally forgotten Balin and the Zhang family point. Just as he was about to tear the space to rush over, he found Balin dragging her deformed short legs out of it. She looked quite miserable, with a scar extending from her left shoulder to the right side of her lower abdomen, and a section of her tail was missing. Balin looked at Huang Tao with a resentful and dissatisfied look. Why didn't you tell me when you left? I was almost killed by the Zhang family. If their Daozan hadn't died, I'm afraid I really couldn't come back. Those older mortals are still very powerful. Because of your matter, I have offended them greatly. Don't worry, There will be no Zhang family in the future. Huang Tao said calmly. Zhang family holy city. In a secret room built deep underground. Moonstones emitting bright yellow light are inlaid on the walls. The walls and ceilings of the secret room are carved with simple but vivid murals, in which there are various snake monsters. The space is large, and you can hear obvious echoes when talking. The 3 remaining elders of the Zhang family are having a heated discussion. The eldest elder looked at the second and fourth elders, his face livid. How dare you attack that snake man? Aren't you afraid of angering that venerable, that damn traitor? He is obviously a member of our barbarian snake clan, but he helped outsiders. We took action after she left the holy city, the fourth elder said angrily. So, what was the result? She escaped. What you two did will also be known to the person behind her, the elder said sternly. She is just the leader of a medium-sized tribe. We can replace her. She should not be that important to the outsider. The second elder analyzed. I heard that he has been looking for the Queen of Medusa in various tribes. We also helped to do this, and it was faster and better. Then, we should not move his people without preparation. The elder sighed. Alas, things have come to this point. There is no point in saying more. I have sent people to ask for help from the Man Liu Bei family, the Man Langkang family, the Man Feng Wang family, and the Man Mo family. I hope they can respond. Oh, so you have gone to find help behind my back. However, you may not be able to wait for them to come. A teasing voice sounded from behind them. A figure wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat slowly emerged. The lines, like a simple drawing in the air, quickly solidified and finally became three-dimensional and vivid, becoming a real person. Who are you? The heart of the great elder Zuo Yi sank. Amon stroked the crystal monocle on his right eye, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at this very familiar action, combined with what the other party had just said, Zuo Yi's expression changed drastically. Huang Tao, are you Huang Tao? Amon did not answer her words, muttering to himself. Originally, you ordinary snake people have no value to me. I have used the secret method of fusing magic beasts, and I can no longer use the secret method of merging dragons. My soul is weak, and I feel that the cost effectiveness of eating it is very low. But who told you to seek death? White phosphorus may still be useful. Amon took action directly. He raised his right hand and grabbed forward. Between the black and grey mist, starlight flickered. An energy palm pressed directly on the neck of the fourth elder Wuxiang hand. Although this move cannot carry too much power to attack across space, it can also cause fatal injuries if it hits a vital part. The fourth elder instinctively condensed a large amount of fighting spirit to protect himself, and at the same time, his body rushed forward. In a flash, Zuo Yi and the second elder launched a counterattack together. The two formed the same hand seal, and two energy giant snakes, one black and one grey, merged into one, and rushed towards Amon. The latter raised his hand, and the fighting spirit condensed into a star-shining barrier with countless complex patterns, blocking the energy giant snake in front of him. Thanks to the timely assistance of the first elder Zuo Yi and the second elder, as well as her own reasonable response, the fourth elder did not suffer too serious injuries, but there was a red mark on her neck. She looked at Amon with anger, and turned into a huge green snake, and pounced on him. In battle, the snake people can present the body of a demon beast, and exert their maximum combat power in a short period of time. This is their desperate means. Zuo Yi and the second elder launched the attack almost at the same time. They had a tacit understanding, and knew what their companions wanted to do, and how to cooperate without communicating at all. They found that this man who looked like Huang Tao was not as irresistible as the previous Huang Tao with chestnut hair and blue eyes. His real cultivation might not be as high as this. Amon used the knuckles of his index finger to touch the bottom edge of the monocle, and the pure white light bloomed. 3 spirit insects rushed forward with different strange fires, and then suddenly gathered. The blazing white light burst out with a terrifying high temperature. The 3 snake people had no time to make a more effective response. They just gathered together and used energy snakes to coil up to protect themselves, and others. The three color energy snakes were dispersed by the impact of the explosion of the Buddha's wrath lotus, and then the hot air waves ignited their bodies. A huge roar sounded, and a violent explosion overturned the ground above the secret room, and a large cloud of dust and flames rose into the sky. Such a movement alarmed the snake people in the city, and there were many Daohuang and even Daozang level among them, rushing to the center of the explosion as fast as a meteor. What happened? Isn't this where the elders usually retreat? Is there an enemy? The fire cloud subsided, the smoke and dust dissipated, and they saw a deep pit and 3 charred corpses. A space crack opened at the bottom of the pit, and Amon's clone wearing a pointed soft hat walked out. He came to the corpses and extracted their souls in front of the snake people. Seeing the snake people looking at him in fear or anger, Amon looked up and smiled. Well, this is the price they paid for their choice. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. The snake people all showed anger on their faces. Many people wanted to take action several times, but in the end, under the influence of reason and fear, they chose to endure. They watched Amon take the souls of the elders and leave in a swagger. After Kaylin confirmed that she was pregnant, Huang Tao began to retreat and concentrate on studying alchemy. Before refining elixirs below the 8th grade, he could rely on the soul of the spiritual realm and the cooperation of many strange fires. Amon to deal with it calmly, but it was not so easy. To sublimate an 8th grade elixir to the 9th grade, he needed more solid alchemy technology and a richer theoretical level. Of course, no matter how much he studied, Huang Tao himself could not refine a 9th grade elixir. The purpose of his accumulation of experience and practice of basic skills was to pass these insights to the main body, which had the soul of the Emperor realm. To refine it, Huang Tao used medicinal materials from the White Snake tribe to make medicine, ranging from the 7th grade to the 1st grade. As long as he could put together a recipe, he would accept any medicine. He was not the only one practicing medicine making. More than a dozen different fire Amons with individual strength of Daozang were also practicing at the same time. This time they did not make medicine together, but each of them was in charge of their own point. Although they had strong souls, excellent fire control ability, and abundant Dao Qi, they would occasionally make some small mistakes that only low-level alchemists would make. These small details often affect the success or failure of a medicine making process. When one person is responsible for one process, he can be very calm, but when he is responsible for dozens or even hundreds of processes, the possibility of making mistakes will greatly increase. Making medicine alone can increase the overall view when making medicine and better coordinate. With a lot of practical operations, the Amon's experience in making medicine is accumulating rapidly. The Amons did not care about the pills they made, so they threw them to Balin and asked her to exchange for more medicinal materials. Looking at the pills that were continuously refined like an assembly line factory from Huang Tao's retreat, Balin was happy, confused, and vaguely uneasy and fearful. There is no free lunch in the world. Until one day, Amon, who was wearing a monocle, came to her and made her feel a little relieved. She knew that this creature called Amon seemed to be Huang Tao's subordinates, acting in groups like insects. Before, a tribe of Queen Medusa who did not cooperate was killed by them. What do you want? Balin asked nervously. These are the souls of the 3 elders of the Mo family. 3 soul bodies bound by grey-black chains appeared in Amon's hands. The soul bodies struggled and screamed. Balin was startled by their miserable condition, and then said cautiously, "Are you going to avenge me on purpose?" Amon straightened his monocle and nodded slightly. "I want you to be loyal to me." "You want to betray Huang Tao?" Balin blurted out. Amon looked strange, and she didn't know how much she had imagined. Huang Tao is also a member of Amon. "I need you to leave the White Snake tribe and concentrate on working for me. The 3 of them and the elixirs your tribe has obtained these days are my rewards." Huang Tao is also a member of Amon. What does that mean? Could it be that Amon is the name of an organization? Balin didn't think for long and asked in confusion, "What do you want me to do?" "It's a very simple job. Go to a place, manage my snake tribe, and convince the Queen Medusa there to cooperate with my experiment." Amon smiled. "Isn't this the same as what I'm doing now?" Balin wondered, thinking it was a little strange that Amon would give such a generous reward for this. Amon saw her doubts and explained, "This time is different from before. Before, I forced you to help lead the way and bribed you to persuade me. This time, I hope you can really participate in my plan, think for me sincerely, and explore the evolution mechanism of Queen Medusa, even if you actively persecute your own people for this. Bay. Lin's eyes flickered, and he nodded and said, okay. Chapter 516. You seem to know the Nine Netherworld Python clan very well. Bay Phosphorus transferred the position of clan leader to her head of bodyguard Baking. Although it will take some time for the latter to absorb the power sealed by Huang Tao in her body, within 2 years, she will definitely be promoted to Daozong level. Such strength has already been achieved enough to overwhelm other people in the clan. Then, she left with Amon. Where are we going? Amon's progress was not very fast, maintaining the normal speed of an ordinary Daozang. You'll know when we get there. After 5 days of marching, they came to the edge of a cliff point ahead. There was a steep to almost vertical mountain wall, with cliffs extending to both sides, and the edges could not be seen at a glance. Under the cliff is an open flatland. This is Dragon Burial Basin. Bay Phosphorus recognized this very famous place in the northern continent. The bloody lesson that the barbarian dragon tribe was wiped out in one day is a warning to every barbarian tribe. Remind them not to provoke those terrifying Warcraft families, otherwise the consequences may be unbearable for you. Amon landed on the ground, sensed the direction, and slowly walked somewhere along the edge of the cliff. They came to a raised mound. On the mound, a figure sat cross-legged. Bay Phosphorus looked at this figure with a look of confusion on his face. This is another Amon. She looked exactly like Amon who brought her here, and was dressed exactly the same. I brought the people, Amon shouted next to Bay Phosphorus. Then, he waved his hand to Bay Phosphorus. I'm leaving first. You just listen to him. Although Bay Phosphorus couldn't figure out the situation, he still nodded. It can be regarded as the first meeting. Hello, I'm Amon, Amon said with a warm smile. Bay Phosphorus was stunned. This Amon was quite polite. She immediately replied, hello, I'm Bay Phosphorus. The stars were flowing on Amon's monocle, and a door with a silver white frame and a shining star in the middle appeared in front of him. He took a step forward and walked in. Bay Phosphorus was about to follow, but suddenly realized that he was no longer on the grassland. She and Amon were standing on the top of a huge and magnificent palace. The palace was so huge that it was like a mountain peak. He was moved quietly. I didn't even feel the spatial fluctuations. Bay Phosphorus's eyes widened, and a deep feeling of horror filled his heart. Huang Tao doesn't even have such means. Noticing her gaze, Amon smiled slightly. I'm the leader of the Amon clan, and Huang Tao is also a member of my clan. Bay Phosphorus showed a look of surprise. This person was probably the maker of the crazy plan Huang Tao described, most likely a fighting saint. She was a lot more respectful for that moment, but quickly returned to her usual state and asked curiously, are you also called Amon? The man before also called himself Amon. Why do you all look the same? Amon smiled and explained, you can think of Amon as a race similar to the stone-eating demon ants. All the soldier ants will obey the orders of the queen. The same is true for the Amon clan. After we transform, we will all look like this. All Amon will also obey the orders of me, the clan leader. Amon is the name of our race as a whole. Each of us can call himself Amon. Bay Phosphorus twisted her broken tail, with a look of great interest on her face. This was the first time she had heard of this race. Where is Huang Tao? Why does he have a different name? Why does he look different from you? Amon smiled. There will always be a few outliers in a group. This is normal, isn't it? Bay Phosphorus nodded slightly, and after clearing up the confusion in her heart, she began to look at the magnificent mountain-like palace at her feet. The style of the palace is very similar to that of the snake tribe, with snake-shaped sculptures, murals, reliefs. She even smelled other snakes in the air. This is where Amon just told me about the settlement of the snake tribe under your control. Through some fragments of words spoken by Amon's clone before, she judged that Amon probably controlled more than one snake man tribe, and I'm afraid it was just conquered. Otherwise, there would be no need for him, a newly loyal person, to manage it. Amon confirmed her guess. This is the space I created. The line below is called the Underworld Snake Earth line. Underworld Snake Earth veins? Bailu said with a bro. I have heard from the elders in the clan before that a long time ago, there was a major split in the Snake People clan, and one branch migrated to Central Continent and joined forces with the Nine Netherland Nether Python clan. After a pause, she added, "You know the Nine Netherworld Python clan, right? They are also a very strange clan. Other barbarian tribes often have an antagonistic relationship with the kind of monsters they fuse with. For example, the barbarian dragon tribe was destroyed by the Takesu ancient dragon. The barbarian phoenix family once went to war with the heavenly demon phoenix tribe. The war was settled not long ago. Paid a heavy price. Only Snake People can get along well with the Nine Netherworld Python clan. I even heard that the Nine Netherworld Python clan will formally absorb the best among the Snake People and give them the status of clan members. I don't know if it's true or not. The headquarters of the Nether Python clan in the Nine Netherlands seems to be called the Nether Snake Earth Line." Amon nodded with a smile. "It's true. The Nine Netherworld Python clan is famous for their huge branches. As long as you have a trace of Nine Nether Earth Python bloodline, you can claim to be their branch. Nine Nether Earth Python does not prohibit fighting between branches. Just don't attack those Nine Nether Earth Pythons with pure bloodline." Bay Phosphorus showed a hint of surprise. "You seem to know a lot about Nine Nether Earth Python." Amon smiled kindly, raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb, and said, "Where do you think the souls of the 9-level snake beasts that I planned to inject into the bodies of the Queen Medusa after she was born came from?" Bay Phosphorus's expression froze, her mouth twitched, and her eyes looked into the distance dully. "This nether snake vein. Can't it be that nether snake vein? Congratulations, you guessed it right." Amon confirmed her idea. He said with a little regret, "Although they are called the three major demon beast tribes, their blood power is gradually drying up and weakening. There are only 3 Daosheng in the tribe." Only? Such words made Balin's heart twitch. 3 Daosheng, is this not enough? They are Daosheng. Daosheng, did you use them all as materials? Well, the souls have been extracted, and Kaylin is also doing well. She is pregnant with 4 children. Then we can refine the heavenly snake blood coagulation pill and the plan can be carried out. Amon muttered. At this moment, Balin had a more intuitive understanding of Amon's horror. The Nine Nether Earth Python clan, one of the 3 major demon beast clans, was wiped out by him. The strong men in the clan were killed. Their souls were used as materials to cultivate Queen Medusa, and the clan land was moved away. As for the clan members, she estimated that they were probably imprisoned in this space. Comparing the miserable conditions of the Nine Nether Earth Python clan and the Emo family with the White Snake clan, she suddenly found that she and her clan were still quite lucky. She knew that the only thing that made Amon look at her differently was that she had evolved half successfully. Before, she often said to herself she felt sorry for herself, thinking that this evolution had ruined her life and made her so deformed and ugly. Now it seems that this is a great opportunity. The base camp of the Nine Netherworld Python clan must have many resources. Amon may not like them, but she needs them. She has already thought about how to plunder the resources of the Netherworld snake veins to improve her strength. She has already found an excuse. My strength has increased, and I can manage better, and I'm a role model. A role model to inspire the Medusa queens to evolve. Look, I have only evolved half successfully, and I can get such a big benefit. So why don't you hurry up and work hard? Try your best, and become a snake on a snake. Chapter 517, The Underworld Snake Realm. Amon looked at Balin and asked gently, "Have you dealt with all the affairs of your tribe? This space is not very stable yet, so after I leave, other Amons will try to reduce the tearing of this space. You can't leave in a short time. Be prepared to stay here for several years, or even more than 10 years. Balin nodded slightly. "I have completely handed over the White Snake tribe to Baking, and for the tribe, it is a very cost-effective thing to use me, an ugly and useless tribe leader, in exchange for the pills produced by Huang Tao during practice." She smiled with a bit of self-mockery. Amon smiled and comforted and said, "At least there is no problem with your being the tribe leader, and the choice you made is very correct. Compared with others, you are very self-aware. Self-aware. Do you mean you think my self-deprecation of ugly and useless is very appropriate? Although what Amon said may be true, Balin still felt that he was provoked. The smile on Amon's face was slightly restrained, and he said in a more serious manner, I have dealt with all the strong men above the Daozang level here, but there are still many Daozangs left. With your current strength, you probably can't deal with them. I will leave an Amon of Daozang level to assist you. In addition, stretch out your hand and don't resist. Lin stretched out her right hand, and a starlight shot out from Amon and sank into her palm. The latter subconsciously shrank her hand, and she only felt that something was drilling into her body. Considering what Amon said before, it took a lot of effort to suppress the instinct of the Dalki in her body to counterattack spontaneously. This is my Warcraft form, now in your body. If there is anything, you can call me in your heart and borrow my power. Amon, who was parasitic in Balin's body, communicated with her through the soul point. Because Douluo would actively cooperate, Amon only chose shallow parasitism, which would not affect her independent cultivation. Can it be like this? Douluo felt the power emerging from nowhere in her body, and looked at her hands with surprise. This power fascinated her. She felt that she could easily tear the surrounding space. I advise you not to do that. I just opened up this space not long ago, and it is still very fragile and not stable enough. If you tear it at will, this crack may cause a chain reaction and finally lead to the collapse of the entire space. Amon reminded. Space collapse. What will happen? Douluo felt that the consequences were serious when she heard this term. Everything will be shattered by the space storm. Even Daozang cannot survive under such power. Oh. Douluo smiled embarrassedly and retracted his hand embedded in the space, leaving 5 holes poked by his fingers. These 5 small holes are dark and deep, as if they would be sucked into them if they were not careful. The silver-white flame flashed in the darkness, and the hole was quickly filled. This is the space fire left by Amon, carrying out its mission. Amon tore the space and came to the outside of the underworld snake realm. He repaired and consolidated the space that was a little unstable because he brought Balin in and out. Then he flew to the depths of the void point in the underworld snake realm. Balin held his chin and thought about where to start. The short legs scratched unconsciously, leaving claw marks on the dome of the palace. You can go to see Amon, who stayed in this space first. He is in the deepest part of this palace. A voice sounded in Balin's heart point. Although he had just talked with the spirit insect, Balin was still a little uncomfortable with this way of communication. Deep in the palace, Balin flew down from the dome of the magnificent palace like a mountain and walked in from the main gate. The palace was very bright, and an open passage led all the way to the front, with no end in sight. This long passage gave Balin a feeling of walking in a snake's nest. No, this is really a snake's nest, she muttered in her heart. The passage was empty. After walking for a long time, she saw some 5th or 6th level giant snakes at the fork in the road where the passage connected to other passages. They coiled at the fork in the road, occasionally making a hissing sound, and stared at the passing white phosphorus with cold eyes. Under the guidance of the spirit insect, she continued to move forward. At the end of the passage was a very spacious hall, which was full of people at the moment, so that the originally huge space seemed crowded. Most of those standing here were Daozang strength, including snake people who maintained a half-human and half-snake appearance, and 7th level transformed magic beasts. They talked to each other, some with a formal smile on their faces, some did not hide their worries, and some had no expression on their faces. The 9 Nether Earth Python clan is famous for its large number of subordinate clans. There are not many Daosheng and Daozang strongmen in their clan, but starting from Daozang, their number increases sharply. Only a part of them were in the hall. They were not only Daozang, but also had a pivotal position in their respective tribes. They came here on behalf of various tribes. There were more Daozang scattered all over the place, and had not yet arrived. Bay Phosphorus's entry attracted the attention of several snake people near the entrance of the hall. They saw Bay Phosphorus's deformed and ugly appearance, and whispered about it. Who is she? Which tribe's Queen Medusa? Someone asked. I haven't seen it, but it looks really disgusting. A beautiful female snakeman laughed. A handsome man beside her nodded in agreement. Those who can come here are probably the leaders of some tribe. This is the first time I have seen a Queen Medusa who looks like this. Another Sturdy male snakeman looked at the two people who made the mockery with disdain. She is much more beautiful than you idiots who are only in heat all day long. What did you say? The female snakeman who mocked Douluo at the beginning glared at the rough-looking male snakeman in a sharp voice. The male snakeman ignored her angry eyes and said in a rough voice, if I'm not mistaken, she should have started the evolution of the alien fire, but it was not completely successful. What? Many snakemen's faces changed slightly. Everyone knows the danger of evolution, and there are very few who dare to try it. After all, the success rate is really too slim. The sarcasm in their eyes when they looked at Balin disappeared, replaced by a faint admiration. Is there a strange fire in her tribe? A snake man with fiery red hair showed a bit of greed on his face. The blood of snake people is generally cold and cannot absorb strange fire, but there are also some snake people with fire attributes. For them, strange fire has a lot of temptation. She is just lucky to find a strange fire. If I have a strange fire, I will also try it. At first, the female snake man said stubbornly with a lack of confidence. Balin turned his head and glanced at her. He ignored it and continued to walk forward. On the other side of the hall, there was a closed door, and two women with strange looks stood at the door. They did not have snake tails, but were transformed 7th level monsters. Stop. Lord Yao Feng will not see guests for the time being. Let her in. A voice came from inside the door. The two women looked at Balin in surprise, guessing the identity of this strange snake man. They opened the door for Bay Phosphorus and closed it again. After she entered, Bay Phosphorus's entry caused widespread discussion in the hall. The people present came from all over the nether snake vein, all to meet the only remaining Daozun strongman, hoping to learn more from him. However, the other party has been closed, and they dare not trespass, so they can only wait patiently in this hall. Behind the hall, there is a smaller room that looks like a conference hall. A long red carpet is laid from the entrance to the end. At the end of the red carpet, there is a throne, and sitting on the chair is a young man with blue hair, green eyeshadow, black lips, and green eyes. Bay Phosphorus hesitated and said, "You are, he is the Amon who stayed here. If you have anything in the future, you can communicate with him. I will fall asleep first. If it is not an urgent matter that requires my power, don't bother me." The spirit worm in Bay Phosphorus left a word and was silent. Amon with green hair inserted a monocle into his right eye socket and smiled. "Maybe you will feel more familiar with me this way. You should call me Yao Feng, a special Amon similar to Huang Tao, but I feel the breath of snake monsters from you." Balin's eyes were a little confused. Yao Feng adjusted the monocle to put it in the most comfortable position for himself. "Don't worry about these trivial matters. Anyway, my current identity is a high-level member of the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan. Now that the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan has been severely damaged, and its high-end combat power has been slaughtered, my cultivation and status are the highest. I will announce to the leaders of the vassal tribes outside that the 9 Nether-Earth Python clan has been conquered by someone, and you are the representative of that person." Huh? So sudden? Balin was slightly stunned. "I don't need their recognition. I just need the Medusa Queens to cooperate. I believe you can do it." Yao Feng cast an encouraging look. After a short pause, he continued, "According to Kalen's experience, those who take the initiative to evolve, have the courage to fight to the end, and have an unwavering will have a greater chance of success. So, you have to find a way to make them eager to evolve and take the initiative, rather than us going to their homes one by one to coerce and bribe them." Lin's eyes lit up. "Isn't this exactly what I want?" "Yes, that's right. I just want to stimulate the subjective initiative of the Medusa Queens and set an example. I don't mean to embezzle the cultivation materials." Chapter 518 Demonic Fire Space. In the boundless void, energy of various attributes was distributed disorderly, light and darkness intertwined, water and fire mixed, and sharp knife-like space winds blew from time to time. A thin young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a black classical robe was walking quickly. Starlight was flowing on his monocle, and there was a layer of silver-white flames on his feet. He held an ancient map in his hand. The map was incomplete, with one quarter missing. This map is the map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. 1/4 of the nameless cave in the Warcraft Mountains, 1/4 in Haybodung's hands, and 1/4 of the Blackhorn region have all fallen into Amon's hands. The location of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire is actually not a secret. Those ancient forces with a long history basically know where it is. However, due to the mutual restraint of various forces, the ancient races made an agreement that the 5-star Dao Sheng could not take action in order to suppress the conflict within a certain range, which kept it in a state of no owner. The power of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire is indeed very strong, but for the small number of people who can subdue it and stand at the top, its value is limited. It is not worth fighting for it and fighting with other ancient races. However, the most important thing about the Demon Fire map is not that it marks its location, but that after collecting the remaining maps, you can summon a trace of the will of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint contained in it to suppress the Demon Fire point. Of course, for Amon, the most important thing is that it and the Demon Fire space that trap the Pure Lotus Demon Fire are both creations of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, and there is a trace of connection point. Amon does not want to wait until the Demon Fire space descends naturally before entering. He wants to go directly to the void, force his way into the Demon Fire space, and take something from it. Point in a lush mountain range, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a large piece of silver white flames. A palm stretched out from the crack, and then the arm, body, and head emerged one by one. Amon came to the location marked on the Demon Fire map, where the Pure Lotus Demon Fire will appear. When it descends, he took the ancient map and looked up at a certain direction in the sky with a trace of connection, and the stars were flowing in his eyes. His sight penetrated the clouds and the layers of void, and saw an area emitting bright light. The terrible energy gathered in this area, forming waves of tides in the center of that area. A space with a complete main body, but fragmented edges, was moving slowly, approaching the Daoki continent at an extremely slow speed. Pieces of space fragments collapsed under the impact of the energy tide, and turned into smaller fragments. As these fragments collapsed, they burned one by one, wrapped in a milky white flame, forming pieces of fire clouds. An extreme heat was revealed from the space. Even at a long distance, Amon could feel the terrible high temperature that seemed to burn everything. I thought it would take more effort, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to find. Amon took a step, and like the movement of the stars, he came to the void corresponding to the Demon Fire space in an instant. Looking at the surging energy tide ahead, Amon's expression remained unchanged. Is this the energy tide formed by the power of heaven and earth? It's really terrifying. Even if a 7 or 8-star Dao Sheng wants to force his way in, it will take some effort. Amon moved forward, and when the energy tide met him, it naturally dispersed. Around him, the chaotic and terrifying energy turbulence became as docile as a sheep. These energy tides surrounding the Demon Fire space are also one of the many arrangements of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. It will not only push the Demon Fire space back to the Daoki continent in a regular manner, but also prevent those who want to force their way in. At the same time, it is also easier for the formation that binds the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in the space to absorb energy, making the seal more stable. Of course, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint who laid these means is only in the late stage of the 9-star Dao Sheng, and is still one step away from the realm of Daodi. Compared with Amon now, his cultivation is only slightly higher. With only the means that he left for an unknown period of time, it is naturally impossible to stop Amon. It can't even make him spend too much effort. As the starlight filled the air, the void around Amon twisted, and the space fragments that burst out around him all spontaneously bypassed. He turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the bright and hot space filled with milky white flames. When he approached the Demon Fire space, a thick space membrane blocked his steps, and slowed him down. This layer of space was so solid that Amon felt like he was walking in a quagmire. With difficulty. Above the Demon Fire space, there was a formation arranged by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint to solidify the space. The talent of the ancient Texu dragon to travel through space was achieved by forcibly twisting the space, but the distortion of space would cause the formation to react and correct the distorted part. Therefore, Amon forced his way in with this talent. but in fact he was confronting the formation left by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint to reinforce the space head-on point. It's a pity that the ability to break the seal brought by the characteristics of Midor and the ability to discover and create loopholes brought by the characteristics of Error have greatly declined after the fusion of ZHU Kun's body. Otherwise it wouldn't be so strenuous, and it would be much easier. Amon thought in his heart. After a long confrontation, Amon finally squeezed in. It was so strenuous because he didn't want to destroy the overall structure of this demon fire space. Otherwise a 22 color Buddha's Wrath Lotus would blow up more than half of this space. After the body swept into the space, the temperature suddenly rose a lot, and there were milky white flames everywhere around. Amon said ha and stroked his monocle. A deep light suddenly bloomed on the crystal ground lens, and a translucent insect with 12 rings and a star-like color appeared in the glass's superior. This deep light formed a vortex directed at the flames, swallowing up all the surrounding milky white flames. The flames disappeared, and the temperature dropped, becoming cool and comfortable. At the same time, deep in the demon fire space, in a sea of magma, a man with a handsome face wearing a white robe slowly opened his eyes. This handsome man is the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, who transformed into the appearance of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Although he had been restricted from cultivating well for so many years, it was not in vain. He is gradually understanding and mastering the many formations in this space, and spreading his own flames to various places in the space, running this place like an iron barrel. Any changes in any area of the space cannot be concealed from the perception of Jinglian Demon Fire. When he discovered that Amon had invaded and absorbed the flames in an area, he immediately sensed it and murmured softly with some confusion, "It's strange. It's clear that the tide hasn't pushed the space into the world yet, so how did he get in?" Chapter 519 Nightmare Sky Mist and Fire Slave. Although Amon was discovered, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire still did not move, quietly waiting for the opponent's arrival in the deepest part of the demon fire space. He made this choice not out of arrogance. On the contrary, he was actually very careful. The deepest part of the space is the core of the ancient heaven refining formation arranged by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, where he can exert his strongest power. If the opponent is strong, he will use the ancient heaven refining formation that he has basically mastered to deal with it. If the opponent is not so strong, then he will watch through the ubiquitous flames, watching the opponent being played by the illusion array in front and intercepted by the fire slaves, which is also one of the few pastimes in this empty and dead space. Amon walked in a long passage that seemed to have no end. He had walked out of the area where the flames were swallowed before, and the milky white flames occupied his vision again. These flames burned wantonly, venting the violent power that was enough to burn the Dao Sheng. Flames everywhere. Amon did not devour them again, although his original body also carried many clones, including Amon, who practiced the burning decision. It was very easy to absorb these uncontrolled flames, but there was no need to do so. The flames in the area absorbed before did not contain the origin of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and these should be the same. If you are too ostentatious and show too much power, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire may not be able to escape, and then it will be troublesome. The deep and long passage, the endless flames, and the monotonous scenery suddenly appeared a little different. A figure emerged in the passage ahead. It was a girl with fiery red hair, dark red eyes, bright features, and fair skin. She was wearing a red dress, which was simple and not cumbersome. Her face was a little angular, beautiful, and full of heroism. Her eyes were very bright, and occasionally with a bit of childish innocence, giving people a clear and stupid feeling. The girl seemed to have seen Amon, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. "Hey, Amon, you are here too? When I went to catch fish in the lava, I came to this damn place inexplicably. It's so hot here, I feel like I'm about to be roasted goose." Yan Jin? Amon stroked his monocle and smiled. "Hey, it's me. I'm telling you, there's a good thing here. Guess what I found? A flame that can run, jump and speak human language. Let's catch it together." Yan Jin said with a silly smile. "My target is exactly it. Well done." Amon praised calmly. Yan Jin was even happier to see that his discovery was useful to Amon, and said excitedly, "Come on, I'll take you to the place where you saw it before. Go and play by yourself. I won't accompany you." Amon smiled gently. Alas, Yan Jin showed disappointment on his face. He put his hands behind his back, lowered his head, and whispered, "I hope we can meet again, Amon," past Yan Jin, and continued to walk forward, leaving Yan Jin alone, pacing back and forth in the same place, looking bleak and lonely. Not far away, Lei Yin, with sea blue hair, sharp eyes, and a military uniform, came from the front. "Mr. Amon, where is my sister? She is lost. I'm looking for her. She is behind me. You must keep a good eye on the people you cherish." Amon raised the corner of his mouth and outlined a smile. When the two crossed each other, Lei Yin suddenly turned around. Thunder surged in his hand and attacked Amon. The latter snapped his fingers, and the spear condensed by thunder broke inch by inch, and Lei Yin was broken together with it. Oh, the ruthless captain is still wearing that ridiculous monocle. Rommel, with his purple shamat hairstyle, is still so annoying. Whether it's his movements, expressions, or words, people have the urge to beat him up. It makes me happy to see the people I miss in the past, but let's forget about some guys. Amon's monocle shone with light, and all the illusions disappeared. Although the illusion is very exquisite, and can almost be mistaken for the real thing, there is a huge gap between the soul that releases the pure lotus demon fire and Amon, so it can't work on him at all. The long passage that can't see the end disappeared, and an extremely large and simple stone door appeared in front. Amon chuckled. Is this the unique skill of the pure lotus demon? Saint, nightmare sky fog. Not bad. If it is released by the real pure lotus demon saint, then I will have some trouble. It's worth my special trip. His biggest purpose in coming to the demon fire space is the strongest illusion that has appeared in the original Dupo, the nightmare sky fog. Its importance even exceeds the pure lotus demon fire itself, although the illusion created by Bodhi-Wu is probably even more difficult to see through. The latter is not a secret method or fighting skill and cannot be mastered. Amon pushed open the ancient stone door, and the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently, and a terrifying temperature spread from all around. A huge square appeared in front of Amon. In the sky above the square, a milky white sea of fire burned through the space, forming huge cracks. Figures with milky white flames all over their bodies poured out of the cracks like a tide. They filled the sky outside the square, holding spears made of flames in their hands, with no spirit in their eyes, looking down at Amon from a high position. "Oh, fire slaves," Amon whispered. "There are Daozong and Daozun. They are all still alive, but their self-consciousness has been wiped out by the pure lotus demon fire. It just so happens that the Amon family is in need of people now. It's quite suitable." The golden flames instantly surged out of Amon's body and spread to the surroundings, covering the fire slaves outside the square and the entire square, isolating the inside and outside. Amon did not use the fire of destiny. Even now, Amon still maintains a very cautious attitude towards that double-edged sword flame, and generally does not use it. He used the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, which ranks 4th on the different fire list. This flame is strong enough. In the hands of people with equal strength, it can make the pure lotus demon fire treat it with caution, but it will not scare him, and it can also arouse its covetous heart. In the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, Amon's eyes were shining with stars, and he shook his hand at the figures in the sky from a distance. These fire slaves were instantly imprisoned in place by the energy of heaven and earth controlled by Amon. Unable to move at all. At the level of 9-star Daosheng, every move has great power. Dao skills below the heaven rank have no effect on them at all. With a casual grab, they surpassed most of the earth rank Dao skills. Even among the heaven rank, only the top ones can form an effective amplification. Then, a series of starlight shot out from Amon's monocle and sank into the bodies of the fire slaves. Those were spirit worms. They were the weakest existences. Each of them was no more than the level of a fighter, and their souls were also very weak, even weaker than ordinary children who had not undergone training. Under normal circumstances, this kind of spirit worm cannot parasitize two strong creatures, and the host's body and soul's instinctive resistance can crush them. However, Amon's body gave them protection, giving them the blessing that they would not be destroyed by Daozong or even Daozun in a short period of time. Under this protection, they successfully withstood the host's body's instinctive resistance and completed shallow parasitism. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 Xiao-Chen. After the superficial parasitism was successful, the spiritual insects did not stop, and continued to deepen the parasitism. While the blessing of the main body was still there. They invaded the soul of the fire slave and brazenly activated the soul-eating talent. Amon doesn't need to worry too much. His body size occupies an absolute proportion of the whole of Mongolia. Compared with it, hundreds or thousands of Daozang are only a drop in the bucket. The spirit insects devoured the souls of the fire slaves, and their own spiritual bodies were greatly strengthened. For most people, the realms of body and soul match, and the strength of the soul is directly proportional to the strength of the body. After devouring their souls, the spirit insect's soul also matched the strength of the body it was parasitic on. They used the secret technique of combining dragons to merge with each corpse. There are lumps of liquid suspended in the sky. The color is mainly gray and black with starlight. There are subtle differences between different liquids. Suddenly, palms protruded from the liquid, followed by heads and bodies. The liquid became less and less, and all merged into the bodies of young men wearing pointed hats and classic black robes who crawled out. These Amons are like short, incoherent rays, flying towards the original body. In the process of getting closer to the main body, they gradually blur and become transparent, like ghosts one by one. Amon took back the golden emperor burning sky flame, gently placed the monocle on his right eye, and continued walking deeper into the demon fire space, leaving only an empty and dead square. After walking through the square and opening the door on the other side, there is another long passage. However, this passage is not straight, but like a three-dimensional maze, with twists and turns and many forked roads. Amon directly used the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame to burn through the space, forming a straight passage. In the core area of the demon fire space, a handsome man wearing white clothes showed a little dignity and fear on his face. Even he must pay enough attention to the property of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame that it can burn nothing. Moreover, the intruder's direct burning of the space will cause counterattack from the formation left by the pure lotus demon saint. The fact that the opponent can resist this kind of counterattack in a short period of time and force his way through shows that he is very powerful, although the formation will not react too violently to others other than pure lotus demon fire. This is by no means easy. Jinglian demon fire's eyes flickered, and he decided to treat it with caution. He gathered all the high-level fighting saint-level puppets to face the intruder with the strongest Linoop. However, he did not summon Xiao-Chen. Although he was the strongest fire slave under his command, he had not yet been completely refined, and his spirit was always resisting. When he is distracted from controlling other fire slaves, his control over Xiao-Chen will be greatly reduced, which may cause accidents. So he sent Xiao-Chen ahead of time to conduct some testing. After Amon used violent dismantling methods to force his way through the maze of fire tunnels, he came to a square again and met many fire slaves again. This group of fire slaves is smaller in number, but stronger, and most of them are fighting masters. Amon repeated his old tricks, and then Amon's family welcomed a new member. Gee, why does it feel a bit like playing a game and entering a dungeon? Passing through one level after another, each level gradually getting stronger, and finally facing the boss at the end of the level, pure lotus demon fire. Amon complained in his heart. But what I took was not the braid template, but the later boss panel. Although the process was a bit cumbersome, he was not impatient at all, and had a calm mind. He is a diligent and frugal person, and now that he is here, these fire slaves cannot be wasted. Amon walked into a huge palace. The palace was empty except for a straight figure standing in the center. There was no milky white flame lingering around his body. His eyes were closed tightly. A powerful aura filled the air from his body, and a strong coercion filled the entire hall. 4-star fighting saint. He was wearing ordinary clothes. His face was stiff and expressionless, and his slowly opened eyes were a little more lively than the previous HUO slave. But his eyes were still as cold as ice. Seeing Amon, he slowly turned his head, as if he hadn't moved for too long. His movements were stiff, like a rusty machine. The coercion emanating from him became increasingly intense. He stretched out his right hand and gently grasped it in the void. A huge blood-colored axe, several feet tall, with an extremely exaggerated shape appeared in his hand. Blood axe Xiao Chen, Xiao Zuan's cousin, the only person from the Xiao clan who truly survived. Amon stroked his glasses and chuckled, although the relationship between you and Xiao Yan is not close enough. After all, you are a member of the Xiao clan, connected by the same blood, and are quite powerful. You are the anchor of the destiny of Emperor Yan in this world. So, I will accept your fate without mercy. Well, it just suits Xiao Yuanshan, perhaps. It was the word Xiao clan that stimulated Xiao Chen's spirit. A bit of clarity flashed in his eyes, and he repeated the name Amon just mentioned word for word in a hoarse and deep voice. Xiao Yan, it's who? This glimmer of clarity quickly faded, but he heard a hint of malice towards the Xiao clan from what Amon had just said, and he instinctively wanted to deal with the young man in front of him. Jinglian Demon Fire's order and Xiao Chen's will actively cooperated, and his aura became extremely violent. Ha! A hoarse and low roar came out of his throat. A fiery meaning flashed in his eyes, and a strong light burst out between his eyebrows, outlining a mysterious rune. The Xiao clan's clan pattern. As the clan emblem appeared, his aura also surged. Amon still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't take Xiao Chen, the blood axe who was famous thousands of years ago, seriously. Xiao Chen moved, he raised the giant axe and chopped at Amon in the most arrogant manner. Amon raised his right hand and blocked the terrible giant axe with the back of his hand in a very relaxed manner. On his hands, fine purple gold scales appeared, and his fingertips also changed slightly, and his nails turned into sharpened hard claws. Xiao Chen swung the giant axe wildly, and while waving, he burst into a crazy and hoarse roar, but Amon behaved very calmly, and methodically used his right hand to block the giant axe that was chopped towards him again and again. He even stood there without moving a step, even though he was not very conscious. Being despised like this still made Xiao Chen surge with endless anger. He stepped back a few steps, then held the axe handle tightly with both hands, and raised it above his head. His aura gradually disappeared and returned to silence. Rays of lightning lingered on the giant axe that was several feet long, and thunder roared throughout the whole. Then, the disappeared aura suddenly surged to the level of a 5-star Dao Sheng. The face of Jinglian Yao Huo, who had been watching this place closely, showed a hint of surprise. Is this Kang Qianzan? I didn't expect Xiao Chen to take the initiative to cooperate with me and launch such an attack on the intruder. Jinglian Yao Huo was also impressed by blood axe Xiao Chen. 1,000 years ago, his own strength was not as strong as it is now, and his mastery of various formations in the demon fire space was not as proficient as it is now. At the beginning, he spent a lot of effort to deal with Xiao Chen. If he hadn't relied on being more familiar with this space and consumed a lot of the opponent's Dao Qi first, he might have failed in the end. Seeing Xiao Chen take the initiative to use the strongest fighting skills, Jinglian Yao Huo became more curious about the identity of the intruder. Chapter 521, Pure Lotus Demonic Fire. Faced with the heavenly fighting skills performed by a 4-star Dao Sheng, Amon's face also became solemn. His hands were shining with brilliant starlight, and his fighting spirit kept surging. He burst out with a more profound and terrifying aura than Xiao Chen, who opened the clan pattern and used the fighting skills with all his strength. An axe like that seemed to be able to create the world burst out, and the blood-colored light filled the entire palace. A stolid dragon claw stretched out, and the blood-colored light met the starlight. The two forces collided, and the violent energy fluctuations spread. The palace was shaking and collapsing. Cracks spread from the ground like spider webs, spreading all the way to the entire palace. With a loud bang, the huge palace collapsed under the heavy load. Large chunks of rocks fell and hit the ground, making bursts of roars. The ground was in a mess, and only the place where Xiao Chen and Amon stood had no rubble. As soon as the rocks approached, they were crushed into powder by the energy generated by their collision and rifted away with the agitated airflow. Dragonclaw grabbed the bloody giant axe, and Amon said in a condescending tone, "Not a bad attack. It is rare to be able to launch such an attack with a 4-star Dao Sheng, but the level gap between Dao Shengs cannot be made up by any secret fighting skills." Xiao Chen suddenly let go of the giant axe, covered his head, and screamed loudly, and a large amount of milky white flames gushed out from all parts of his body. After a while, The screams stopped, and Zhao Chen's face became calm, and milky white flames were jumping in his eyes. Dragon. Claw, are you from the Taixu ancient dragon clan? With the talent of traveling through the void, no wonder you can come to this space. Zhao Chen became weak after performing the secret method, and the Pure Lotus demon fire took this opportunity to deepen its influence on him, controlling his body and using it to talk to Amon. You are the Pure Lotus demon fire? Amon narrowed his eyes. His expression was both surprised and greedy. Seeing his expression like this, the Pure Lotus demon fire felt much less fearful. When confronting Zhao Chen just now, the strength that Amon showed was about the middle stage of the 6-star Daosheng. He might not be his opponent in a head-on battle, but with the help of the heaven-refining ancient formation left by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, he was sure to deal with it. When he thought of the identity of the intruder, the Taixu ancient dragon, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire was overjoyed. He saw the hope of escaping. He did not have a very intuitive understanding of how strong the spatial talent of the Taixu ancient dragon clan was. Even when he was following the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, he had never seen such a high-level Taixu ancient dragon. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire was deceived by the appearance of Amon's disguise. He really thought that the Taixu ancient dragon with the strength of a 6-star Daosheng could rely on his spatial talent to force his way into this space. He wanted to catch Amon, refine him into a fire slave, and then use this to leave and regain his freedom. He, another greedy fool, want to get my origin? Then come over. I'll wait for you in the deepest part of this space. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire said in a low voice through Zhao Chen's body. I will go over there even without you telling me. I hope you won't run away. Amon said confidently, acting like a fool who was overconfident in his own strength. He was not pretending. He was indeed very confident in his own strength. He really wanted to rely on his strength and rush over. The flames in Zhao Chen's eyes jumped again, and he suddenly rushed towards Amon, and his whole body swelled up like an inflated puffer fish. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire wanted to control its self-explosion to weaken Amon. Amon's body was surging with stars, and his body suddenly appeared beside Zhao Chen. Spatial displacement. The symbol of the 6-star Daosheng, the dragon claw swung down suddenly, piercing his chest, and golden flames gushed out, burning him. In the magma ocean deep in the space, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire sat on the throne, and his eyes suddenly went black, and he lost the vision of Zhao Chen. He stared ahead, excited but also solemn. A 6-star Daosheng is not easy to mess with. If he is not careful, he might really be refined again. After closing his eyes and sensing the array pattern of the ancient refining array, Jinglian Yaohuo felt much more at ease. He slightly exerted force on the palm holding the handrail. The person who laughs last must be me. After piercing Zhao Chen's body with his palm to kill him and prevent the self-explosion, Amon used the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame to melt the Jinglian Yaohuo in his body, cutting off the Jinglian Yaohuo's perception of this side. Then, he switched the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame to the Fire of Destiny and burned Zhao Chen with the Fire of Destiny. Changing the predetermined fate will have a great backlash on Amon himself. Even if he has reached the 9-star Daosheng, he cannot bear it, so he did not completely burn Zhao Chen's fate, but only burned it incompletely within the range that he could bear, blurring Zhao Chen's fate. The Fire of Destiny that burned Zhao Chen condensed into a golden crystal, quietly suspended in the air. In the crystal, Zhao Chen's soul seemed to be wailing and screaming, struggling in pain. Amon pinched the monocle on his right eye with a serious expression, and the lens made of crystal shone with pure light. A translucent insect with 12 rings and star-like colors flew out of the glasses. After it swam in the air for a circle, it entangled the golden crystal like a python and dragged it back into the monocle. Zhao Chen's body was not damaged, and even the wound on his chest caused by Amon disappeared, and his facial features disappeared with it. The face was empty, with only a smooth membrane, which looked extremely strange. Amon collected the body and then looked forward. After the hall where Zhao Chen was standing collapsed under their collision. The space in front of him was obviously broken, and dark cracks emerged. Behind one of the cracks, a vast sea of milky white magma could be vaguely seen. Above the milky white ocean, some extremely huge rocks were suspended. In the center of the sea, a huge magma column with a height of hundreds of feet rose from the sea. There was a throne on the column, and a handsome man in a white robe sat on the chair. White flames rose and rolled in his eyes, and he looked at Amon from a distance across the cracks in the space point. The handsome man opened and closed his mouth, but no sound came out. But Amon understood what he was saying, and he said, "Do you have the courage to come?" "I'm here." Amon raised the corner of his mouth and outlined a smile. "It's good to dare to show up. As long as I can meet you, I won't let you run away." His figure faded quickly and then was outlined on a rock floating in the void above the magma sea point. The pure lotus demon fire watched the simple lines like a sketch become complex and clear, watched various colors emerge, watched the abstract figure become solid, and finally turned into a young man wearing a classical robe and a pointed soft hat. There was a bit of fear in his eyes that were dancing with milky white flames, but it was quickly covered up. He stood up from his chair and asked with some curiosity, "How did you see through the nightmare fog I set up?" Amon showed a slightly playful smile. "Guess I'm not interested. I'll know when I catch you. I really don't know whether to say you are courageous or stupid. You actually rushed here so recklessly and plunged into this base camp that I have been running for thousands of years." The pure lotus demon fire had undisguised mockery and sarcasm on his face. "Do you really think I will do nothing in these thousands of years? Knowing that there are so many people coveting me, will I not make corresponding arrangements for this? I will soon get a fire slave that satisfies me the most." He tried to shake Amon's mind with words and make him uneasy. In addition to the ability to purify and restore everything to the purest energy, the pure lotus demon fire can also use people's emotions as a guide to arouse the heart fire point. Although this kind of aroused heart fire does not cause much direct harm to the strong who are close to his own strength, if it is really aroused, it is also an effective constraint in the battle. And it can also cooperate with the nightmare sky fog to make the opponent more likely to fall into illusions. Amon laughed at such verbal intimidation. "I never fight a battle without confidence. I came in. Naturally I have a certain understanding of your many methods. Do you think I'm Rasago? Do you think it is a coincidence that I entered this demon fire space before it appeared in the world? Is it a coincidence that I'm not affected by your nightmare sky fog? Pure Lotus Demon Saint, in addition to using this space to seal you, I have also made some other arrangements." After hearing what Amon said, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire panicked, especially the fact that the Pure Lotus Demon Saint had other arrangements, which made him even more frightened. With his understanding of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, the other party could really do such a thing. He said in a slightly panicked tone, "Pure Lotus Demon Saint? What other arrangements did that old guy have?" Amon pinched his monocle and said with a clear smile, "He left behind an ancient map, which has a trace of his soul imprint on it. If you enter this demon fire space and summon that trace of soul, you can use the ancient refining formation to refine you." The Pure Lotus Demon Fire looked terrified, especially when the other party accurately mentioned the refining heaven ancient formation, his biggest trump card, that was indeed arranged by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. If the other party could use it to counter him, it would be completely reasonable. He knew the power of the refining heaven ancient formation, and he was powerless to resist it. Thinking of this, his expression became ferocious, and his hatred for the Pure Lotus Demon Saint was as strong as substance. "Damn old thing, you refined me when you were alive, and you still have to arrange means after you die to create conditions for others to refine me." Amon looked at the Pure Lotus Demon Fire's face changing again and again, like a facial expression performance, and said happily, "No way. Do you really believe it? So simple. No wonder it was sealed here for thousands of years." The Pure Lotus Demon Fire was stunned, and his expression was a little dull. Fake. He was stunned for a while, then looked at Amon with a cold look, and said with gritted teeth, "Okay, you are good. I will let you know the price of playing tricks on me." Chapter 522, Frightened Jinglian. A feeling of being fooled rose in the heart of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and it lasted for a long time. The magma ocean below became turbulent, and the waves rolled, surging one after another, dozens of feet high, scattered in the space, and the ubiquitous milky white flames also burned, showing the anger of its owner. However, this anger soon came to an abrupt end, because Amon took out an ancient map. He said with a joking expression, "Do you think I'm lying to you? I'm not lying." The Pure Lotus Demon Fire's expression was stiff. He felt the breath of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint from the ancient map. Amon was not lying. There really was such an ancient map. In the other party's somewhat panicked expression, Amon took out another ancient map and said slowly, the original complete ancient map was divided into 4 parts. Only by collecting them all can we summon the trace of the soul of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Amon took out another ancient map. At this moment, he already had 3 copies in his hand. He shrugged at the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Unfortunately, I only found 3 copies, and didn't collect them all. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they didn't collect them all. He hated and scolded, but he really couldn't muster up the courage to face the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, even if it was just a trace of residual soul. However, he soon realized that he was fooled by this guy again. He was so angry that he wanted to curse and was about to activate the Refining Heaven Ancient Formation, but he saw Amon's half smile. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire suddenly realized that there might be a turning point. What if what he said, I didn't collect them all, was false? If he really collected the ancient map left by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, he could summon the soul of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint at any time. Then activating the Refining Heaven Ancient Formation would be like handing the knife to the other party. After so many years of analysis and understanding, he also had a very high understanding of the Refining Heaven Ancient Formation. If the Refining Heaven Ancient Formation was not opened and was in a closed state, then a trace of the soul of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint would never be able to open, and you sit in front of him. If the Ancient Heaven Refining Formation has been opened, then a trace of the soul of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint might be able to forcibly seize control from him through some mysterious mechanisms in the Ancient Formation. Thinking of this, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire hesitated. The 2 possibilities brought about consequences, 1 heaven, 1 hell. If he wins the bet, he may be able to control Amon and use the opponent's power to escape from the space that has imprisoned him for thousands of years, and from then on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. If he loses the bet, he will be refined again, and with the lesson of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, the new master will definitely break his spiritual wisdom. Seeing that the Pure Lotus Demon Fire was hesitant, Amon smiled lightly. Let me help you make a choice. In fact, you have no choice at all. As he said this, he released the might of the peak of the 6-star Daosheng. The terrible breath made the rocks suspended in the air vibrate constantly, and some even broke apart, turning into smaller stone fragments and falling into the magma below. Jinglian Yaohuo looked ugly. His own strength was at the peak of the 5-star Daosheng. With the special characteristics of his own strange fire, he could fight against the strong men at the early stage of the 6-star. If he faced an enemy at the middle stage of the 6-star, he could not lose even with the addition of 10 fully controlled fire slaves. But what Amon showed at this moment was the peak of the 6-star. The gap of a full star during the Daosheng period was almost irreparable, unless the opponent's combat quality was shockingly poor. Who of those who could cultivate to this level did not come from swords, blood, and fire? However, he still did not want to gamble and risk being wiped out after failure. What he was thinking about was running away. Can't I run away? If I can't beat him, play hide and seek with you in this demon fire space. If I consume it to the end, there may be a possibility of turning defeat into victory. After all, this demon fire space is my home court. Amon's smile remained, and he whispered to him, are you thinking? Don't fight, just run away. Jinglian Yaohuo was shocked and looked at the other party with doubt, suspecting that the other party had some secret method to spy on other people's psychological activities. This is easy to guess. If you can't beat it, run away. This is very realistic, and those who don't even understand this basic principle can't grow up. But I'm Takesu Ancient Dragon, Amon said with a smile. Takesu Ancient Dragon. Jinglian Yaohuo's pupils shrank. Damn, how could I forget this? In front of Takesu Ancient Dragon, who is most proficient in space, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to escape, he said with a cold expression. Since you want me to activate the ancient refining heaven formation so much, I will let you see it. As he said. Jinglian Yaohuo formed a complicated and mysterious hand seal point. A series of milky white flames burst out from his body, and the fire line covered the entire space like an overwhelming fire array, and a huge fire formation of tens of thousands of feet slowly emerged from the sky point. When the big formation appeared in the sky, the boundless magma sea below also churned up, and a formation of the same size appeared. The sky and the earth echoed each other from a distance, like a huge millstone, slowly rotating, as if it could erase everything in the formation. The face of the pure lotus demon fire who summoned the ancient refining heaven formation did not show a relaxed look. His eyes were cold, and he stared at Amon, worried that he would take out another fragment of the ancient map. Amon looked at this huge formation that seemed to encompass the world, and said, "Is this the formation set up by the pure lotus demon saint himself? It's pretty good." The more relaxed Amon looked, the greater the psychological pressure felt by the pure lotus demon fire. However, Amon never took out the last ancient map. In the somewhat surprised eyes of the pure lotus demon fire, he put away the 3 incomplete maps. He pinched his monocle, chuckled and said, "It is true that the pure lotus demon saint left the ancient map, and it is also true that I failed to collect them. You don't have to be so nervous. It's not as scary as you said." The pure lotus demon fire complained in his heart, and then looked at the other party with doubts. From his appearance, it seems that he really has no ancient map, and cannot summon the residual soul of the pure lotus demon saint. But why can he still be so relaxed? Does he have any trump cards to fight against the ancient refining formation? The pure lotus demon fire said in a deep voice, "In these thousands of years, I have understood most of the contents of the inheritance left by the pure lotus demon saint. I'm the second pure lotus demon saint." Amon smiled. "Sure enough, I'm not surprised that you have obtained the inheritance of the pure lotus demon saint. The purpose of my coming here is just for the nightmare sky mist and a trace of your origin fire. How about this? You give them to me, and I will retreat." You still want to scare me when you are about to die?" The pure lotus demon fire said it with ease, but he did not dare to be careless in his heart. Amon took off his monocle and showed an obvious smile. "What gave you the illusion that you can compete with me?" As he said, he inserted the 5 fingers of his right hand into his hair and slowly combed it back to the back of his head. In the process, his hairstyle changed quietly. The hair also changed from the original black hair to colorful hair that exuded brilliant brilliance, like jumping flames. All kinds of flames gushed out from all parts of his body and lingered around him. Although the two were at the same height, Amon looked down at the pure lotus demon fire. "Now, can you face up to the gap between you and me?" Looking at the gorgeous hair and the different flames around Amon, the pure lotus demon fire's face turned pale. He screamed in horror. Tuoshgudi. Chapter 523 Demonic Fire Surrenders. After calling out this name, Jinglian Yaohuo was also stunned. Of course, he knew who Tuoshgudi was. He was the last Dowdy, and Jinglian Yaosheng had also been desperately searching for his existence. But he himself didn't know why. After seeing Amon like this, he would instinctively think of that existence, and would instinctively feel uncontrollable fear and trembling. His current state is somewhat similar to Zuwu's swallowing flame. He has a vague impression of the things in the ancient emperor's cave mansion, and needs specific people, objects, events, or scenes to trigger it, before he can remember it. Although the two of them escaped from the strange fire square and the ancient emperor's cave mansion with the help of the emperor grade young pill, their memories were damaged when they left. The current Jinglian Yaohuo is not the one in Zhao Yan's hand in the original work. It has not been washed away by Jinglian Yaosheng. Therefore, when he saw Amon like this, he naturally recalled something. Seeing the pure lotus demon fire like this, Amon showed an obvious smile on his face. "Very good. It seems that you have remembered something. Did you remember the Danhua Shenju? If so, give it to me." The pure lotus demon fire frowned and repeated softly, "Danhua Shenju? What is that?" He remembered some things, but not much. Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, Amon was a little disappointed and said with a tsk, "Sure enough, I still have to go find Zuwu swallowing flame. Your third place on the strange fire list is a bit useless." The pure lotus demon fire's forehead jumped. He hated it most when others said that he was not as good as Zuwu swallowing flame. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and looked at Amon with a bit of greed in his eyes. The technique that confused the strange fire reminds me of a bastard, but you are not him after all, just a 6-star Daosheng. Kill you, get your technique, absorb the strange fire you bring, and I will become the second Tuosh ancient emperor. The expression of the pure lotus demon fire was full of undisguised fanaticism, and his eyes stared at Amon greedily. The latter raised the corner of his mouth, and his smile became more obvious. The farthest distance is the distance between ideal and reality. There may be a little gap between your ideas and realization. Amon stretched out his right hand, bent his little finger, ring finger, and middle finger, and stretched out his index finger and thumb and slightly bent them, making a little bit gesture point as he said. He released the power of the 9-star Daosheng without concealment, and the terrifying power caused the entire space to begin to turbulent. The sky trembled, and the magma sea rolled. The rocks suspended in the air broke into pieces. Those close to them turned into powder, while those far away collapsed and fell downwards beside Amon. The space was broken and healed, and a clear sense of distortion appeared. This was the formation left by the pure lotus demon saint to solidify the space, which was concentrating its power to maintain the stability of the area. That was abnormal due to Amon's power. The pure lotus demon fire was frightened and terrified. The previous words of Amon had shaken his mind, but it was far less severe than the impact of the direct display of power at this moment. He roared with a distorted expression. Damn it, 9-star Daosheng. How is this possible? He didn't even think about it, and rushed directly to the magma sea below, regardless of whether running away would be useful or not, and ran first. The pure lotus demon fire had no idea of using the refining heaven ancient formation to deal with Amon. The gap between the 9-star Daosheng and himself was not something that these external objects could make up for. Amon laughed slightly mockingly. Can you run away? Why do you think I'm talking to you so much nonsense? He snapped his fingers, and the face of the pure lotus demon fire changed. The latter found that there was an invisible flame in his body out of thin air, the fallen heart flame that blended the power of other strange fires. The pure lotus demon fire's face changed drastically. He also had the ability to shake the other party's mind and plant the heart fire in the other party's body with emotions. He had planned to deal with Amon in this way before, but he didn't expect the result to be the opposite, and he was aroused by the other party's heart fire. Even if this strange fire was just a trace of derived flame, Amon's flame that merged so many strange fires was essentially superior to the pure lotus demon fire. So this trace of heart fire also brought him a little trouble. In order to solve the flames burning in its body, the pure lotus demon fire's escape action was a little delayed. At this time, the slightest delay is fatal. Amon reached out his hand and activated the fighting skill no phase hand, grabbing the pure lotus demon fire along with the space around him. The space was compressed into a sphere the size of an adult's head and held in Amon's palm. After solving the heart fire, the pure lotus demon fire was about to continue to escape, but found that he had shrunk and was imprisoned in the palm of his hand. This small space seemed to have infinite space and infinite distance, and he couldn't run away. No matter what, he couldn't help but show a look of horror on his face. Even the pure lotus demon saint didn't have such a method. The pure lotus demon fire decisively admitted his defeat and begged, "What are your conditions? Let me go. Don't erase my spiritual wisdom." Amon smiled. "I still like your unruly look just now." A trace of tyranny flashed in the eyes of the pure lotus demon fire, and then quickly disappeared. Looking at Amon's approaching face like a giant, he didn't say a word. Just when the pure lotus demon fire was thinking of using self-destruction to detonate most of its fire body and hide its consciousness in a strand of origin to escape, Amon smiled and said, "Haven't I made my conditions very clear from the beginning? My biggest goal is the pure lotus demon saint's unique skill Nightmare Sky Fog, and the second is your strand of origin fire. You are not very interested in refining yourself, Jinglian." Demon Fire's face showed joy. "Seriously?" Amon responded without hesitation. "Of course it is true. At this point, do I still need to lie to you? In addition, as the price for your previous failure in the confrontation, you still need to pay more. Well, give me a copy of all the inheritance of the pure lotus demon saint, including the nightmare sky mist and formation knowledge. Also, I will take away all your fire slaves, Jinglian." Demon Fire was a little hesitant. He said hesitantly, "You won't regret it, right?" Amon shook his head. "No, besides, do you still have a choice? As I said, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint left something else. If you refuse, I will refine you and then find the remaining ancient map. This can also achieve my goal. There is no inheritance from the Pure Lotus Demon Saint in the ancient map, and its greatest function is to deal with the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Although it contains some knowledge of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, it is not comprehensive. However, Jinglian Demon Fire doesn't know this. He only knows that the ancient pictures are real, and they are indeed things left by Jinglian Demon Sage. Amon deliberately showed the existence of Gutu in front of Jinglian Demon Fire before, not only to mess with his mentality and plant the seeds of inner fire, but also to complete a fraud and prepare for the current negotiation. Of course, it is also one of the goals to make the other person's mood go up and down like a roller coaster, with his face changing again and again, and to enjoy it all with pleasure. Pure Lotus Demon Fire had a bitter look on his face. He had no capital to use in the final negotiation, so he could only accept his fate and pass on the inheritance of Pure Lotus Demon Saint to Amon. Then, wait for the judgment of fate. He did not lie about the inherited knowledge. After all, the other party was a 9-star fighting saint, a figure on the same level as the Pure Lotus Demon Saint during his lifetime. The vision of such beings is so vicious. If there is any lie, it will be discovered at a glance. Amon accepted the inherited knowledge of Pure Lotus Demon Saint, focusing on the part about Nightmare Sky Mist, based on its principles. After roughly confirming that it was not false, he nodded. Good then. He stretched out his left hand, and as the stars flickered, all the fire slaves disappeared and were taken into the space opened up in his body. He looked at the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, waiting for the other party to separate his origin. The latter watched Amon collect the fire slaves, and his heart was bleeding. It took him thousands of years to collect them. All of a sudden it was gone. He gritted his teeth and cut out some of his origins. He was worried that Amon would not be satisfied. He cut too much, and his level dropped a bit, from the original peak of the 5-star fighting saint to the middle stage of the 5-star fighting saint. Amon smiled. Actually, you don't need to cut off so much of the origin. I only need a little bit, but since you are so generous, I will accept it without mercy. The source of strange fire that can make the 5-star fighting saint drop a small level is so huge, far exceeding the source of the fallen heart flame, that Amon absorbed. Jinglian Yeohuo's face turned blue and purple, looking very ugly. However, they have all been separated, and seeing that the other party has no intention of returning it, Jinglian Demon Fire showed a reluctant smile. As long as you like it. In the face of the cruel reality, even the unruly Jinglian Demon Fire had to choose to surrender temporarily and stay with Smile. Seeing his appearance, Amon stopped teasing him. He loosened his hand and released the restraint on him. The Pure Lotus Demon Fire immediately turned into a line of fire and came far away, leaving the terrifying space in Amon's palm. For the first time, he discovered that the space given to him by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint was so beautiful. He was a little surprised by Amon's honesty and trustworthiness. He was already prepared to commit suicide in a desperate fight. Okay, now that the goal has been achieved, it's time for me to leave. Amon stroked his monocle and said softly. Jinglian Demon Fire hesitated for a moment, then said, "Wait a minute." Amon raised his foot for a moment, then put it back down. He looked at Jinglian Demon Fire with great interest. "Do you have anything else to do? Well, you don't want me to take you away with you, do you?" Jinglian Demon Fire nodded. "Although this doesn't require any effort on my part, it's just a piece of cake. But why? Why should I help you?" Amon showed a joking smile. "I can be loyal to you." Amon shook his head. "Loyalty is the biggest lie. I never trust others." After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, "Let's do this. You help me kill someone. After killing her, I will take you away." Huh? Jinglian Demon Fire looked confused. Chapter 524. The second Pure Lotus Demonic Fire. "Who do you want to kill that needs my help? Is she very strong?" asked the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Amon shook his head. "Not strong, but for some reason, I can't do it to her." The Pure Lotus Demon Fire looked slightly condensed, and without asking the specific reason, he said. How can I kill her? If you don't take me away, she will come in by herself. The next time the demon fire comes to the world, you just need to kill her, and I will tear this space apart to help you escape. Amon smiled. The pure lotus demon fire thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay, who is it? Amon raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, and an illusory figure appeared between him and the pure lotus demon fire. It was a graceful girl, as elegant as a lotus, with clear eyes, delicate features, and fair skin. She gave people the feeling of a pool of water, gentle and quiet, with a hint of depth. The pure lotus demon fire looked at this lifelike illusion and was slightly surprised. This is nightmare sky fog. After obtaining this secret method, the other party was able to use it in a few minutes. Amon said in a slightly heavier tone, her name is Zuna. Zuna. Jinglian Yaohuo repeated, remembering the figure and the name in the illusion in his heart. What? If she doesn't come, then I will come to let you go. But in this way, this demon fire space will also belong to me. Okay. Jinglian Yaohuo didn't care about the demon fire space. This space was a kind of restraint for him. Although he had been operating it for so many years, once he could get out of trouble, the arrangement inside would not be used. After making an agreement with Jinglian Yaohuo, Amon flew out. Amidst the shining stars, his figure left the demon fire space, and the once lively demon fire space fell into a dead silence again. Jinglian Yaohuo returned to the depths of the magma sea with a heavy heart. He originally thought that after thousands of years of changes, he had already belonged to a very strong level, so he had never been subdued, but now it seems that it is far from enough. I can always exist in this space, because the real strong ones don't take me seriously. The appearance of Amon gave him a blow, and suppressed his arrogance. Now even if the space is released for him to go to Zhongzhou, he will be careful to restrain his strength and not cause any destruction. This time, what he encountered was not aimed at him, which was a blessing in disguise, but it might not be so simple next time. Sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the magma ocean, the pure lotus demon fire recalled what happened just now. There was one thing that made him particularly puzzled. Obviously, he had refined so many different fires. Why did he let me go alone and only take some of the origin flames? Without enough spirituality, and restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, that strand of origin fire will never become a real pure lotus demon fire. After leaving the demon fire space, Amon returned to Zhongzhou, and found a secluded and uninhabited mountain. He took out the origin separated from the pure lotus demon fire. The crystal monocle on his right eye shone with pure light, and colorful flames gushed out, transforming into a young man who looked exactly like Amon, except that there were flames dancing in his eyes. Refine this source of demon fire, and try to see if my previous inference is true. Amon's original body said. Amon the different fire nodded, stretched out his hand, and held the imprisoned flame. Then, he glanced at the original body hiding far away, and said, TSKTSKY, did you run so far? Even if there is an accident, the self-response mechanism of this world should not kill you, right? It's better to be careful. The original body smiled unchanged. You are me. We are all Amon, just in different places. Your personal experience is equal to my personal experience. Amon wanted to try to create a second pure lotus demon fire, but was worried that the birth of the second demon fire would bring about a terrifying heavenly tribulation, so he didn't get too close. He was ready to cut off the connection with this different fire Amon at any time. After complaining, Amon the different fire focused his attention on the origin flame in his hand. The Tao key on his body began to move along the path of the burning decision. Amon the different fire could freely distribute the origin and adjust the strength through splitting and aggregating. The strength of the different fire around the main body was not strong. He allocated too much origin to the space fire used to maintain the nether snake realm, so the current Amon the different fire was very weak. He was able to exert such a powerful ability in the demon fire space before, because he had the support of the powerful Tao key of the main body. The origin cut from the pure lotus demon fire was a behemoth for him. However, this origin fire did not have enough spirituality, and was a dead thing. Even after being refined by Amon with the burning decision, it did not react at all, neither running away, nor fighting back. As a trace of flame was drawn out, the origin of the demon fire became less and less, and the breath of Amon the different fire became stronger and stronger. This was not the point. The point was that the flame that made up Amon the different fire contained the pure lotus demon fire. After absorbing the essence of the demon fire, Amon's original body in the distance also looked serious and watched this place closely with the power of his soul. Amon, the alien fire, stroked his monocle, and his expression was not as solemn as the original body. He was just an avatar, Amon's avatar, and he was never afraid of death. As for other things, let the original body worry about it, and the avatar doesn't need to think too much. He made the pure lotus demon fire, which was already a part of his body, into a spirit worm, and separated it. The origin of the demon fire gained spirituality, and became a real strange fire. The second pure lotus demon fire was born. Although it was young, it was indeed the second pure lotus demon fire. A terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the sky, and even Amon's body felt a shock. The power of the gods, such as the void devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire, was too terrifying. The rules of the Daoki plane did not allow the existence of a second one. The juvenile pure lotus demon fire created by Amon was a violation of the rules of the Daoki plane. Its existence itself was a mistake. Violating the hazy will of the plane will inevitably usher in the most terrifying heavenly punishment, and be wiped out by this plane. Only when you reach the Dao Di level can you transcend this plane, and not be bound by it. Therefore, under the heavenly punishment, even a 9-star Dao Sheng may fall. So, when Amon tried to create the second pure lotus demon fire, he was so cautious and his body stayed away. He did not intend to confront the will of the plane head on. If the punishment from heaven fell, Amon would only sit back and watch the pure lotus demon fire and the strange fire Amon being destroyed by it. When the will of the plane was destroyed due to the violation of the rules and instinctively corrected and revealed its power, Gu Yuan in the ancient realm and Emperor Hunshan in the soul realm almost changed their expressions at the same time and cast their eyes towards the distant central continent. Chapter 525 The Only One. In the ancient world, the ancient clan was holding a meeting, and a group of clan elders were arguing endlessly, each holding their own opinion, and talking endlessly. Gu Yuan suddenly stood up, and the aura on his body burst out, and the power of the 9-star Dao Sheng was radiated without concealment. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped most of the ancient world. Even if it was unintentional and not targeted, the clan elders at the Dao Sheng level present felt a breath of difficulty. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, thinking that their quarrels had angered Gu Yuan, and they all shut their mouths and dared not say another word. Only the outstanding Black King and the 3 elders of the ancient clan, the 3 immortals, still looked normal at this moment. The expression of Black King changed, and he asked, "Patriarch, what's wrong? You continue. I'll go out for a while." As he said, Gu Yuan stretched out his hand and tore the space, stepped into it, and disappeared in an instant. The Black Nether King and the 3 immortals of the ancient clan looked at each other with a puzzled look, and all looked a little confused. Could there be a problem with the young lady? Gu Dao, one of the 3 immortals, said solemnly, "It's possible." Black Nether King nodded. The clan leader was not there, and he left unexpectedly. As the strongest person left, he took the responsibility to maintain order at the scene. The meeting is suspended. Wait for the clan leader to return. In the soul realm, Emperor Hunshan frowned at the soul light ball polluted by the will of the heavenly venerable. Since Hun Misheng sent this thing to him, he has been studying it day and night. As a peak person who has reached the end of the road and has not been able to take a step for thousands of years, only the traces left by this higher level existence can arouse his interest. Moreover, the will contained in the origin of this soul is not like a dead thing like Tuo's ancient jade. It has a certain alive characteristic, and more information can be interpreted from it. Maybe it is possible to get in touch with the great existence that left this will and communicate with it. However, the pollution inside is really terrible, and the vast and ancient will is really amazing. Emperor Hunshan has been careful enough, but he still feels that he has been affected a little. Suddenly, he felt the changes in the world, and a terrifying pressure like the power of heaven permeated between the world. This pressure was very obscure, but in his eyes, it was more conspicuous than the bright sun in the sky. He changed his sitting posture, stood up, and exuded a deep and terrifying momentum as if in response. Huh? What's wrong with your clan leader? Xiaozhen sat on the balcony on the third floor of a restaurant, smiling and staring into the distance. Han Qiu did not answer him, closed his mouth, and said nothing. His dark eyes looked at the highest mountain, and a slight ripple appeared. At the same time, another breath erupted from a forbidden area. Although this breath was not as vast as that of Emperor Hunshan, and there was no end in sight like the ocean, it was also terrifying enough. It had already reached the peak of the 8-star Daosheng, and it was fluctuating, in a state where it could break through at any time. Accompanying this breath was a trembling feeling that seemed to be able to devour everything and collapse everything. Patriarch, Lord Zuwu. One after another, the Soul Clan's strong men stopped their actions, held their breath, and waited for instructions. They all thought that the Soul Clan was going to make a big move. A dark vortex suddenly appeared beside Emperor Hunshan, wearing a black robe, surrounded by dark flames, and a figure like a black hole walked out of it. Emperor Hunshan, do you feel anything? He said in a hoarse, low vicissitudes and ancient voice. The pronunciation of some words in his words was slightly different from the current language. It was a more ancient way of saying it, and there was a special rhythm in his voice. I felt the wrath of this world, as if something that shouldn't exist was born, and the whole world wanted to wipe it out. Deep in the unusually bright eyes of Emperor Hunshan, there was a hint of madness and chaos that was hard to detect. He paused and looked at void-devouring flame. It seems that you also felt it. With your senses, do you feel anything different, Emperor? Hunshan knew that void-devouring flame, a creature born with the spirit of heaven and earth, had a close connection with this world. Many times, it could be inspired by heaven and earth and sense something that ordinary humans could not feel. A trace of doubt flashed in void-devouring flame's eyes, which were beating with black flames. I feel that there are some similarities between me and that thing, but the connection is not that close. My intuition tells me that this matter is very serious, so I came out of seclusion. It feels like the world is calling me and driving me to solve that thing. Damn it, I was almost breaking through, just one step away. At the end, Zuwu Tunan's tone was a little angry. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 9-star Daosheng and entering the highest level below the Dao Emperor, but was interrupted by this accident. Hunshan was not angry about this, but smiled gently and comforted. It's okay, take your time, we will support you with all the power of the whole clan. As for now, let's go and see what exactly is that thing that caused the world to shake. The void shattered, and the two walked into the space crack in the demon fire space. The Pure Lotus demon fire also sensed the changes in the world. Although he has not reached the 9-star fighting saint and is still far behind, the second Pure Lotus demon fire was born. His original one occupied the presence of the Pure Lotus demonic fire position will naturally not cause any reaction. He only felt that the whole world was vaguely rejecting him, and malice was coming from all directions. There is a voice that keeps ringing in my heart, urging me to go somewhere and destroy something. It was also the first time for Jinglian demon fire to encounter such a situation, and he felt inexplicably irritated. He rushed towards the sky, condensing flame spears, and continuously bombarded the space above. The space is broken and healed quickly, and the broken place cannot be connected to the outside world. You can only walk from one place in the demon fire space to another. Jinglian demon fire has done this more than once in the past thousands of years. He knows that this is just a futile move, but the irritability in his heart makes him restless. In this way, he vents the almost uncontrollable destruction in his heart. Jinglian demon saint, I hate you. I hate it. Vicious and malicious roars echoed in the demon fire space. In the deepest part of the underground magna world of Canon College, in the cave of the ancient Emperor Tuosh, Emperor Grey Chuden's expression moved slightly. He stared into space with a slightly confused look. He had vaguely sensed something just now, but under the shield of the ancient Emperor's cave, this sense passed away in a flash and was extremely weak. A layer of dark clouds shrouded the sky above demon fire Amon. The clouds were so thick that it seemed like you could reach out and touch them. Electric snakes shuttled between the clouds. They were not ordinary silver-white lightnings, they were golden. Those streaks of thunder were clearly the most powerful 9 mysterious golden thunders in the thunder tribulation. With just a little aftermath, the 9 Zuan golden thunder can scare Zio Yan, a 5-star fighting saint, into running away with his head in his arms. Demon Fire Amon looked at the thunder in the sky and said, "TSK, what are you hesitating about? Should you chop or not?" Although the thunder calamity gathered, it never fell. Even though Amon, who had the body of pure lotus demon fire, exuded momentum unscrupulously and released the milky white flames, the 9 mysterious golden thunder never fell on his head. Superior, hey, it seems that I'm not your target. Liadro is much more decisive than this. He curved the corners of his mouth and gave a big smile. Thunder tribulation is here to destroy the new strange fire, not to destroy Amon. The pure lotus demonic fire and the void swallowing flame cannot give birth to a second one in the Dalki continent and are unique. Amon is a creature directly bred from the entire Dalpio series universe and will not give birth to a second one. They also have the same qualities. Uniqueness. Alien Fire Amon is also included in the overall volume of Amon and is part of the whole Amon. Amon got stuck in a bug and used his higher uniqueness to cover the uniqueness of the pure lotus demon fire Dalki plane. Therefore, in the judgment of thunder tribulation, there is only Amon here, and there is no strange fire. It seems that the card is successful, and the same method can be used to create a void swallowing flame. Amon thought secretly in his heart. He looked at the gathering thunder tribulation. The will of the plane had begun to fade, but the energy did not dissipate quickly. It still existed in the form of 9 mysterious golden thunder. Pinching his monocle, Amon chuckled. This can't be wasted. He slowly stretched out his right hand. An illusory and transparent giant hand that seemed to be able to encompass the heaven and the earth and cut off mountains and rivers appeared in the sky. The palm of the giant hand is upward, making a grasping motion. The terrifying thunder cloud containing hundreds of 9 mysterious golden thunders was held in his hand. Without the control of the will of heaven and earth, it was just a mass of violent energy. Without an owner, if this power were poured out at the same time, Amon's body would be blown to pieces. But being ownerless also means chaos. They are disordered, released in all directions, and staggered in time. This gives Amon a certain operating space to guide, differentiate, and control at. Amon used his phaseless hand to twist and cut the spaces, temporarily sealing them. After he devoured Zhu Kun and became the 9-star fighting saint, how to obtain more energy became a problem, which was an important factor restricting the growth of the number and strength of clones. This gift from heaven and earth means that he no longer has to worry about it. After refining these energies, the Amon clan will truly grow stronger. It has become a super clan whose overall size is no less than that of the Soul clan and the Ancient clan. Moreover, they are more united, their will is more unified, and their actions are more efficient. To seal this terrifying energy that could easily turn several 9-star fighting saints into powder, Amon's body has reached its limit. Just moving with them is a big burden. There was too much noise here, and he was worried about attracting Gu Yuan and Soul Emperor, so he immediately evacuated the scene after recovering Demon Fire Amon. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.